Peace, peace.
Peace and love, sis.
How you doing today, sis?
I'm doing wonderful, sweetie. I hope you're doing well. Congratulations.
Thank you, babe. I'm so excited. We have an amazing build today. A lot of information that we finna bring out to y'all. So I definitely want y'all to get your snacks, get your popcorn, get your pen and your paper, because we're about to load down a lot of information on y'all today. First, I want to, introduce this channel, since this is our first live stream, our first video, whatever. So Hidden in the Real. This channel is meant to showcase all of the different hidden messages and hidden truth that that Hollywood leaves in these movies. And I wanted to, just go through a lot of the breakdowns and let people know the things that they're telling you without directly telling you. So without further ado, Sharice, is there anything that you wanted to share?
Peace to everyone. Just peace to the chat. Peace to everyone listening and maybe not chatting. Sav, I think this is amazing. I'm just really, really over the moon, happy for you, and I just want to be of as much support as possible. You guys have a real gem over here in this young woman. And I'm just really excited for her to do her thing and show y'all what she got and how smart and intelligent she is. And let's go. I'm excited, young. Let's make this shit rock.
Facts. So basically what we're gonna do today is we're gonna watch a movie, because that's what this channel is about, movies, and doing film breakdown and showing the truth in movies. So the movie that we're watching today is called The Black King. Okay. And this movie was literally made about Marcus Garvey. And it was like a satire people, did not agree with a lot of what Marcus Garvey was doing. So, this movie is not Marcus Garvey friendly. It's highly salacious. And a lot of our people were upset with the film, not understanding, you know, what was really going on back then. Okay. So before we get into it, let me go ahead and fair use. Got to put up the disclaimer. So this channel is for educational purposes only, okay? We want to take this content from the past and criticize it and share information about it for the edification of our people. And also for the haters in the back. This live stream is for critical thinkers and truth seekers only. If you are easily offended by historical facts, documented evidences, and perspectives that challenge the mainstream narrative, then this is not the space for you. We encourage open minds, independent research, and respectful discussion. If you prefer to stay in the comfort zone of widely accepted myths, this content may not be suitable for you. However, if you are ready to question, analyze, and uncover hidden truths, then welcome, baby. This is the right place for you. Again, do your own research, think for yourself, and seek the truth. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this movie, you guys. Okay. All right. So I'm going to share my screen. All right. The Black King, ladies and gentlemen.
And I don't want nobody to go about saying that I say in this here meeting for to make no radical change in our head to for peaceful stretching. All I want to say is, being as our beloved elder done got to a place where it's burned down, grown through heaven, climbed the carrot single-handed, someone who would flop all the John in the carrot out into the whole world. That's a good elder in the shouldering of this here yoke.
Is there any of you sisters who wish to care to express your opinion on the subject?
All I got to say is, seems to me we just beating about the bush trying to beg the pipe. Now the pipe is we or is we ain't gonna make arrangements, but to find someone from around this block who take the place of loving brother Elder Jones, who's done everything in his power to lead his flock to the straight and narrow path, but who's done got too old to help him any further.
As the chairman of this year board of directors of the Rise and Shine Baptist Church, of the judgment of the officers, I move that we hear what the elder himself has got to say for himself. children, any plan that you might have for the benefit of the work of God, for the furthering of his name, for the uplifting of his gospel to every living creature, I say to every one of you, under the sound of my voice, that I will be the first to give praise and sing hallelujah to see it rung about.
We'll now have to call on Deacon Johnson to say a few words to this congregation before we take the vote in the usual manner.
The time has come when I must take my place in the harvest and tote the burden of my people upon the road that leads to the land of milk and honey, and away from that other road that leads to fire and brimstone and everlasting destruction. Amen. It takes courage, brothers and sisters, to unsheathe your swords and face the enemy with the cry of battle ringing in your ears. It takes courage, my brother and sister, to believe that the Lord is with you, even though you be outnumbered by your enemy. But if you have faith on your side, yours shall be the victory. In the olden days, the Indians used to do all their fighting with the bow and arrow. Even for that, David slew Goliath with a rock. But today, what do you hear? Man has done made wonderful discoveries. Days waxed in learning. And today, what do you read in the newspapers? White folks done made guns what can shoot 75 times. This new ideas is why the king is the respect of your fellow men, and the blessing of him who said, great a miracle to thee shall be performed in thy faith. I tend to reach down and emancipate this church from the shackles of his superstition and obsession and old-time darkness, and find to a new day, when all the black brothers and black sisters can walk with their heads high in the air, out of the peacock, independence of the muscle of the white folks' faith.
Among the congregation for the collective vote in this year meeting. Will some sister raise the hymn?
Lead on, brother, lead on.
Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. You can lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. If you have lead on, lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. It's unanimously voted and carried that Brother Deacon Jones Tenner's reservation in the Rising Time Baptist Church, month ending April 22nd, instinct. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on. Lead on, brother, lead on.
Hello, sir. I hope I haven't been keeping you waiting long. I had to turn in my report on that meeting, you know.
I don't mind waiting for you, honey, but tell me, how'd the meeting come out?
Well, they kicked him right out of his own church. That poor old man.
You don't say. That sure is dirty. You can't have any luck treating old folks that way.
Sure can. And you should have seen the way those hypocrites were making over charcoal. You'd have thought he was St. Peter himself, the way they were yesing. And him the biggest backsliding sinner in the church.
Well, why don't you get up and expose that shine and tell them just how you've been hanging up in corners?
Do you think I could make them believe anything against that saint? Why, they have me burned like a witch at the stake if I told them half I know about their new deacon.
Well, what are you waiting for now? Ain't you never getting through in that?
Miss Mary Lou, Deacon Johnson said if you don't mind stepping there a minute tonight, Miss Mary Lou,
Good night. Now, we can't show this new deacon too much that we's with him in all his undertakings. And as a pillar of the church, I say praise his name and glory be the one who sends us to us. Now here, didn't I tell you not to be skipping rope on Sunday? Come. Another thing we've got to do is to get rid of these locusts of this community.
Them's the kind that make me lazy about attending services.
And I's the kind that make you come and listen to preaching, whether you like it or no.
And you was the kind that make me come and even like that kind, whether I want to or no.
Miss Mary Lou, the deacon says to tell you that they expect you ought to attend to your duty with more punctualness than heretofore.
Wait for me, Sugar. I won't be long.
All right.
All right, Brother Longtree. Lead on. Oh, I'm awfully sorry, sir. You're not going to be with us any longer. For to me, you're the main part of the Rise and Shine Baptist Church. It won't seem natural like not to have you on the roster.
Hello, my boy.
Good evening, sir. Glad to see you, sir.
Yes, I guess all that kept me interested was the service I could render those who was depending on me for guidance. And now that that's been taken away from me, I guess I ain't no use.
Oh, yes, you's used, Deacon. You'll always be used.
Why, you've done more for this parish than any other colored man could do. Building this church and raising 2 generations of Christians. You know, you're the one who told us that the reward of good deeds is not to be expected down here, but in heaven.
That's right, children. I did teach you that, didn't I? Is the home of the willing worker. It's getting dark. Kind of early, ain't it?
Why, no, Deacon. The sun is still up. Oh, Sugar.
Do you care if I walk home with you, Deacon?
No, I expect not. I'm going home. There's a light that guides me, 'cause I'm awful tired and they don't need me anymore. But I got to go alone. What do you say should be done with the body of the beloved Elder Jones, Deacon Johnson?
Funeral services at 8 o'clock in the morning. What is the first thing that happens when a Chinaman is molested? Immediately the Council of China is notified. And before the setting of the sun yonder mountain, negotiations are underway to restore the brother to the fatherland in whole or in part. I could go back to the encyclopedia, telling you of instances where the country, which was hardly to pick out on the map, was treated with the proper disrespect, and apologies was made for same for manhandling one of the brethren and sisters without showing just cause and due reason for such unsunday behavior. These I go back to the good book to reveal you the power there is in getting together and sticking through thick and thin. Organization's what we need. Organization. With the fear of God in your heart. And the plow in your hand. With it traveling to the promise. God in your heart. And the power in your hand. With it traveling to the promised land. I just received word by telegram that the brethren in Tulsa is waiting to join our movement 1,000 strong. Finally there. Yeah. Finally, promised land. Yeah. Every penny you can get your hand. Save your money, brother. If you got enough pennies, there's $1. Put your dollars together. Don't hold out nothing. Gotta give you every cent for the furnishing of this new home for yourself and all those who care to join the fold. Then in a little while, when anybody molests a black man, the United States of America can call them up and ask them questions. And forthwith, there'll be negotiations involving several countries, my friend. But it takes money to get to the promised land, or you can't walk all the way. You can get to Chicago afoot. You can even get to New York afoot. But Africa is a town you can't get to without taking to the water. Now that calls for a boat. Sailing boat. One of them ships. Can you follow me? In the distance, there's the rising sun. What's making the hills and valleys of Africa all the colors of the rainbow? There's a word of our coming. And they're standing there, hundreds, thousands of them, waiting to welcome us to the promised land. The sun is shining out in all its splendor. Now I can see what they got in their hands. Something the shape and size of the sweet potato for the cooking. Something shining out in this world. They all have these same shining taters in their hands. And they're just standing in light. The sun is shining so bright, they look like they're holding fire in their hands. Can you guess, brothers and sisters, what they got in their hands for you? Diamonds! Diamonds! Big as taters! Yes, sir. The ground over there just naturally grows. You don't have to sweat a planting nothing. All you've got to do is to reach down, and there you have the greatest treasure which the whole world is anchored after. And you're primed to be there. And you're primed to that land of opportunity and prostitution for each and every one. Africa. A stands for Africa. The great man made. M stands for freedom. The good book says. R stands for races, whether great or small. I stand for something without a call. B stands for carrot, which belongs to the zoo. Back to A stands for Africa, which belongs to you.
New Quick Actions in Adobe Lightroom are the photo editing shortcuts you've been waiting for. Is your shot feeling a bit gray? Make the sky a little more blue. Define and refine.
Judge Lee, I'm sorry to disturb you this time of night, but what I got to tell you is important. Charcoal Johnson has got all the people down in the Masonic Hall, getting them all heated up about leaving the plantation and sailing their own ship back to Africa. Judge Lee, you got to do something about it.
What can I do, Sug?
You got to do something about it, Judge Lee.
All right. We'll fix him. Operator. Operator. Give me the sheriff.
Putting out to sea, you ought to go get your ticket right here. I want to be ready, I want to be ready, I want to be ready. I want to be ready, I want to be ready, I want to be ready. I want to be ready, I want to be ready, I want to be ready. I want to be ready, I want to be ready, I want to be ready.
Open the door. Open the door in the name of the law. Open it. Don't stand there looking at me like you're afraid of. I'm your leader, but I's in trouble. Pull down that shade. Where's your parents, Mary Lou?
Well, they ain't come from the meeting yet. What seems to be the matter, Deacon? What you so excited about? You ain't scared of nothing, are you? Surely the leader of the black race ain't figuring on leaving the ship.
No, the leader of the black race ain't figuring on leaving the ship. But he come to tell you that the load is heavy and the road is long. Without you, him whom the Lord has chosen to lead the people out of the road of disease and starvation into the valley of helpfulness and prosperity is liable to fall by the wayside in shame and disgracefulness unless you come to my rescue in the name of the Lord.
Why, Deacon Johnson, I have respect for your work because it surely has brought the light to the eyes of people of this city. I know exactly what you're asking me.
I's asking you to stand by me, Mary Lou. I's got enemies. White folks hate me because I's bring enlightenment to the brothers. And some of the very brethren I's leading into the city of Jerusalem is envious and jealous. And I can't trust no one. But if you say you's with me, I know I can trust you because I loves you, Mary Lou. But things is happening thick and fast. And I can't go on unless I has you, your hand in mine, up the ladder of fame and glory that is waiting for us at the other end of our journey. I wants to marry you, Mary Lou.
Deacon Johnson, I feel the honor of being your lawful wedded wife. But, gee, me and Suge's been going together for a long time. And it would pretty nigh break his heart if I hauled off and got married without his knowing of my intention.
Which comes for the other, your duty or your pleasure? Suge is young enough to forget anything and forgive you for any promise you might have made at haste at some time or t'other. Which sounds the prettiest, Mrs. Suge Jackson or the Empress of the United States of Africa?
Why, Deacon Johnson. It's Suge.
Tell him you're going to bed.
I'm sleeping, Suge.
You better wake up, your mom calling you, Robert.
Oh.
Martha's terrible account. Why, Deacon Johnson.
Tell me quick, what's happened to my ma and pa?
The hell you care. Been telling me how much you hate this here Deacon. Now I find you locked up in the house with him alone when everybody all over town is looking for him. And your mom and pa in the hospital is busted head.
Young man, it's too late for you to be trying to spy this young lady's character, because as treasurer of the Committee of Financial, she's supposed to be...
Listen here, Deacon. I'm the only one in this town you ain't buffaloed with your preachings and promises. Because Mary Lou's been telling me how you've been hemming up in corners trying to force your attention to her and to browbeat her into one of them wenches you can sweet talk for some loving. She knows what you was after.
You're just standing there doing all that arguing because you're jealous of the Deacon. Besides, the Deacon comes up like a man and asks me to be his wife. He ain't never insulted me by expecting me to be no wench that he can sweet talk for some loving.
I guess you know what that is. Let me see you talk your way out of this. White folks say they're going to run you out of town and I say happy riddance.
Young man, the weight of responsibility hangs heavy over your head. You belong to a race that is doomed unless one of us got the courage to stand up as a leader.
Shoot, the Deacon's right. You'd be a traitor.
I don't give a damn what both of you say. I'm going to tell the world what you two been carrying on. You pretending to be so sanctimonious like. You nothing but a damn hypocrite.
Shoot, for God's sake, don't turn him over to the
Hey, you ain't asking me to shield marry on.
Shoot, he ain't my man. And I'll marry you tonight if you just say the word.
Oh, Mary Lou.
Oh, please.
You step into the room. Mary and me'll take care of this.
I put my fate in your hands, Mary Lou.
I'm telling these lies to you, Mary Lou, because I love you.
Just been stealing folks' money, and when it's such everywhere and can't find him, we ain't gonna stop till we search every nick of your house and bring him to justice.
Listen here, this is the house of respectable citizens. And I fancy that you ought to respect it, especially in the presence of a lady like Miss Mary Lou.
A lady, nothing. She's been a lady around here with that Stephen Buzzard Deacon Johnson, and I bet she's a busy packing right now to skip town him this very night.
What? Ah, so that's it. Just you watch these goody gals. Shame on you.
Yes, shame on her.
Brother, laying around behind the altar. Oh, curse on her.
Here, Mary Lou, tell these pistol mouth shines that they're lying, that they're dirty lies, that you ain't been laying around with no crooked deacon, that you's a good gal I've been figuring on marrying in the morning.
In the morning would have been too late. She could have waited that long to be bees with her.
Well, come on, I guess we better get searching. I bet he's under the bed, just sneaking and stuffing and blowing. I'll take him out of his misery.
Hey, what for is all this beating
meeting in my house this time of night.
Well, what's the matter with you?
Have you heard the news? Yeah, but the meeting ain't till tomorrow at 10:30 when the train leaves for Tulsa from the Cotton Belt Line station. Why ain't you heard the news? Well, Deacon Johnson called
Go ahead, brother.
the mayor of the city, Mr. Joe Nathan Lee, and explained the rendition of his people to the white friends of the colored people. And for Willie give Brother Johnson the power to lead his people whether he feels necessary. And the deacon thanks the mayor for the whole race and begs do his diligence to lead his flock to Tulsa, to parade the streets thereof. And the mayor up and shakes the black hand of the deacon with full contempt. Well,
and just to think, we was around here low-rating the deacon for nothing. Humiliating his honorable name just cause we didn't know the powerfulness of it.
There's the prosecutor, good man. Well, I'm glad he sure had a chance to recover. Of course, you know, I ain't said nothing about him.
Yes, we is sorry for to come to your house at this late, but we was desperate after the way the deacon vanquished from the hall. People come us to laugh and say we was fool out all our money.
Well, I was going to be first to put my foot on the gospel train anymore. I'll see y'all at the train. Good night.
All right.
Listen here, you all. Quit your hollering and shouting. You're as big a fools than I thought you was. It ain't nothing else but a lot of lies you've been hearing. I was just a minute ago here talking in this room with the deacon, and he ain't fixing to do nothing else but run away with Miss Mary Lou. You don't have to believe me. Just search that room.
There's something funny about this. That's not better search. Well, sure. I guess Mr. Lawton is right. And you ain't the damn...
Somebody make a move. I've had enough excitement for one night.
All
Send Miss Fanny to me. If I could only get the organs of the newspapers in the carrying out of this here project, there's no telling how soon the truth will come to pass, and the plans which I fomented in my own head will come to fulfillment. But instead of that, they's all united against me. The best friend the colored people ever had. The only one thus far who was able to get more than 3 of them to stick together overnight. The only one who could convince colored people that Africa is the home of the black man, and there's where he ought to be. Back home to Africa is my slogan.
Excuse me, Mr. Emperor, but Mr. Longtree said the lines are ready to perform for the parade, and they're just waiting on you to give your command and commence the action.
Now, Mr. Longtree, I say, come here this minute.
Just one more question, please, Mr. Emperor. What is the attitude of the Africans in regards to your transporting 4 million strangers into their land?
Well, now, brother, you done gone too far for me to give you the latitude of the whole of Africa. That comes on another department. Longtree is in charge of all the measurements and machinery of the movement. Fanny, show this report to Mr. Lawton, and he'll give me any necessary information concerning the latitude of Africa. That's all for the present.
Well, I thank you. I hope you'll grant me another opportunity to interview you.
That's all right. You're entirely welcome.
lassitude of Africa.
Yes, sir. Look at here. The band is waiting for the strike as soon as you're ready. Sure is a grand sight. There ain't never been nothing like that since the Lord made us out. One of the grandest parades you ever laid your eyes on. Do you? Them Tulsa gals is too bad.
Is you keeping your mind on your office, Brother Longtree?
The office is well carried out, sir, and I hope it'll meet your approval.
Mark time till I get back. I just been spoken with one of them reporter fellas, telling about the arrangements we done made with the Africans to come over there and rejoin them in our native land. And he done hauled off and took a likeness of me and put it in the paper.
Who's the Emperor of the United States of Africa, you or me?
Tell that newspaper fella that I repose with my revenue assignment.
That's the picture to go in the papers with the reporting he's going to do in the papers. Tell Miss Mary Lou I would like to present to her in this picture in her full regalia.
Boy, call Miss Mary Lou. Of course, it was all the doings of that reporter fella. I didn't want to get written up in no paper. That is doubting your concern.
No, I don't believe Brother Lawson was giving it a thought, because I seen the newspaper man talking.
I know. I sent him to find your boat. And I'm glad you're with me. So you'll all have our pictures taken together.
Oh, yeah. I will picture too. Yes, sir.
Didn't think I'd grant you interlude as soon as this, did you, young man?
I certainly appreciate the praise. All right. Is everybody ready? Steady? That's right. Everybody smile.
Hey, look out there.
Yeah. What's
Look there. What do you want? I just come to tell you that the parade is all ready and lined up and ready to travel.
Very well, then. We'll be right there. Is you glad you come to Tulsa with me, Mary Lou?
Well, that's the way it's supposed to be, ain't it?
Oh, sir, that's how I'd like it to be, Mary Lou.
Well, that's how it's gonna be.
Of course. Well, there's one or two obstacles in our immediate union in the bonds of matrimony, of which I don't wish to disturb your pretty head. Cause just as I overcome other bridges and fences in my path to glory, so with you side me, I can command the mountains to move out the way and get to the other side, where victory is waiting for the conqueror.
I don't see why Bottoms opens up the house for that back African lodge. They sure is a making looking but queen to me.
You better shut up and get to working. That's the reason why we is anyway. We ain't never learned the value of holding out for each other. And if you ask me, I think the movement is just grand. We ain't got no clothes to mop up in Africa and no piano 100 different places for dirt to hide in, to be cleaned up. And everybody's going to be just as much as Turner. No exceptions, Snappy.
Well, you can have your Africa. I ain't gonna let no cannibals make no eat me up.
Look at this, Steve.
Now, let me see. I've got it.
madam, is?
Yes, sir. Step right this way.
Tell your mistress that Lieutenant Lawton of the United States of Africa craves to have communion with her immediately.
Yes, sir.
Mister, you leader of the Black Africa Lodge?
If you's addressing me, I might answer that I's not the leader himself, but his concert.
Concert? Well, what kind of instrument does you play?
Oh, I have the honor of addressing.
Lieutenant Lawton of the United States of Africa.
Oh. Is you got your mind on your wife, Snapper?
Now here's where the emperor said,
Oh, I think we'd better mark this position with chairs until the furniture gets here. I was sure they would have been here by now. Look out there. You knocked all the paint off of that woodwork.
All right, then the first woodwork we've seen.
Oh, what's the little paint between the friends?
Where do you want this thing? This thing is heavy.
Show him.
All right, put it there. Put that one over there. All right, the other one over here. Right down there. That's right, ain't it, General?
That's right. Well, lady, that's all going to cost you exactly $7.85 for the whole thing.
All right, I'll write you a check for it immediately.
Lady, we don't accept checks from white folks. Now, you know.
Well, who are you talking to? I'm the wife of John Bottom, the owner of the paper.
Lady, we can't have if you the wife of Black Bottom. We can't eat no paper.
allow me to offer the services of my purse for the protest.
Thank you.
How much did you say the bill was for the hauling of the said furniture?
$7.85
in cash.
1, 2, 3, and 5 is 8. And brother, you can keep the change for your services.
Good, here's a swell guy. Give us 15 whole cents.
Now we can buy some stuff from the Black Star line.
Yes, you can go. You can go. Adelia, will you bring some refreshments for the general, please? Yes, ma'am. Supposing you have a seat and stay a while. Do you have a few minutes to spare?
Much obliged for your hostility. And this pillar, made up of the red velvet and gold, and with them the footstool of the emperor himself, is the emblem of how soft it's going to be for the colored people after they reach the promised land.
Oh, geez, this movement sure is interesting. Delia, will you see what that extra's about, please?
Extra. Hey, you extra guard. Bring one of them things here. Don't come this way. Go to the store. What's the matter with you?
This is how we made our workflow better than ever with Monday.com. It gave our team one centralized workspace where we could easily manage all workflows, files, people, and data. Now we work in sync, so everyone knows their part in the big picture. By connecting our calendars, messages, and emails to our Monday.com workspace, we get everything done in one place.
I ain't got no change, ma'am. Has you got a dime?
Allow me to offer my service again.
That makes $8.10 I owe you, General.
And let's not discuss the matter for the present.
Good gracious! Do you see what these headlines say? Chicago to stop the parade and bring the emperor in with or without shame.
I call that downright persecution. That's what I call it.
Oh, gosh. I hope nothing will happen to bring disgrace on Mr. Bottom. He's done sponsored this parade and all of his editorials. Oh, my.
Madam, you have nothing to be afraid of. The deacon knows what he's going to do long before he do.
I wonder what all that noise is about now. Wait, Dee. Who do you suppose it is? Law of the movement.
Madam, didn't the emperor say he's going to visit your house at high noon? Well, then command your servants to throw open the gates and admit his royal highness.
Open the door, Delia.
Madam, it's your good fortune to have as a guest in your house this day the Emperor of the United States of Africa. Is all been attended to?
I only work here, Mr. Officer. Bottoms is the lady of the house was standing over there with the governor.
Lieutenant Lawton. I was at your service, sir.
Tell the Emperor that he may enter, that all is well.
Pete and I was left alone with my cabinet for a short conference in advance of the artist duty we got ahead of us.
Pete! Attention! For arms left. I mean, you can all go to the kitchen where I think there's preparing and vigilance for one and all. Oh, that's
Listen here. We's in a hell of a jam. And I think it's going to take some manipulating to keep us out of trouble this evening.
What do you mean?
I mean that no good, low-down Carmichael was sending all them telegrams that everything's all right, all fixed with the law to carry out our program, ain't nowhere to be found. The North don't know nothing about our coming here and busting up the traffic regulations and tying up the whole city.
What do you mean? We ain't within the law to do no parading?
Man, the law don't know you's in town. But when they do find out, something tell me there's going to be fireworks.
Well, ain't you read the papers?
What papers? I ain't had time to read nothing. We've been hustling all morning trying to keep suspicion from the brothers that we ain't safe here. So I had them all down to the Armory, giving out titles, decorations, and the like of that. I guess it was 12 pounds worth, wasn't it, brother?
That's right. 12-pound net, that was what written on the box.
I didn't weigh titles and medals so fast, I run out of town. And I expect I got 2 or 3 sisters, queens of the same towns in Africa. Now, you know that ain't never good.
Oh, yes, telegram I got from the post office on my way down here. I forgot to give it to you.
Dear sir, after the parade today, we are instructed to turn over to you the sum of $15,000 as our contribution to the splendid movement which you have created. Signed, the Ye Shall Reap Baptist Church. Now, you see, brothers, we got great weather. No?
Sure is, that's right.
And I think I have a plan on which I want to place before you before I cast it out.
We
with you. Now, here's the plan. I revised my line of attack. The parade meets in full bloom at the corner of 35th and State Street. That's where the colored folks is.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if the law is coming uptown, they got to start from downtown, ain't they?
For sure.
Yeah. Well, I sends my worthy constituent on my left at the head of the downtown marching parade, and my worthy musician at my right hand takes charge of the parade which is proceeding in the uptown direction. The day has come to a close, and we've done earned our $15,000 as was carried out for the parade as was heretofore agreed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, we again assembled at the Armory. But my brother at my left is no longer the lieutenant of the United States of Africa, but the first vice emperor. And the brother at my right hand, the second vice emperor. In the meantime, the emperor himself in person will be making arrangements for the travel upwards and onwards for to reach New York. Well, when we reaches New York, the next step will be to put foot on the boat what will carry us to the promised land.
Well, Deacon, Emperor, there ain't no words with which I can express my thanks for this demotion, and I hope to always be unworthy of the same. Well, that expresses my sentiment exactly. As dignified to be so honored.
Oh, pardon me for intruding, but I have a surprise only for the ears of the Royal Highness that just won't wait.
Let the sister vice a settlement so we can have peace in the future.
Proceed with the surprise, Countess. His Majesty is waiting for your detainment.
Certificate? Certificate. Let's wait for His Royal Highness.
The birds are singing in the wildwood, in the wildwood, in the wildwood. The birds are singing in the wildwood. The birds are singing in the wildwood, in the wildwood, in the wildwood. The birds are singing in the wildwood, in the wildwood, in the wildwood. The birds are singing.
I've got word for your ears in private. Dismiss the gathering.
The Emperor thanks you and wishes to be alone.
You may deliver your message, Corporal.
Mr. Carmichael's on the telephone to send word to say that the police squadron will be leaving Polk Street Station at 3 o'clock sharp, and that he can do nothing to stop things.
Very well then. Call the parade immediately to pass in review at 35th and State Street in 15 minutes.
But Mr. Carmichael said that the police is coming to stop the parade, and the paper said it's going to whip our heads.
Silence! Have this corporal removed to private ranks for insulting the chair and showing the white feather of cowardice under fear of battle.
Attention! Report for your duty under arrest in the future. But for the present, pass the word to Sambo.
I don't know about him. I forgot to tell you that word was received by Mary Lou today that no good sweetheart of hers, Shug, is in Chicago and threatened to waylay her in the parade and do her body injury. What? So I tenders her a leave of absence to keep down any argument during the process of the proceedings. The world is looking to see us make a failure of this movement.
That's right.
But require no fooling, brothers.
That's it.
Never was there an emperor with greater enemies to fight against and a greater cause to fight for than Charcoal Johnson.
Then we'll see you at 8.
And all will be well.
At the Armory at 8.
And all will be well.
Ain't you marching in the parade?
Madam, for reasons of state, I first not to mention it.
Oh, I'm sorry if I offended.
But I just thought it was customary.
Customary? Custom depends on emergencies. Abraham Lincoln would be living today if he hadn't gone to the show that night. Could I use your phone to make recourse with my secretary?
Why, of course, Your Highness.
Englewood, 2314. Could I trouble you for a drink?
Why, good. Anything in this house that your heart desires is yours for the asking.
Hello.
Hello? This you, Mary Lou? I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. I'll be right over.
Yeah, I suppose you're up to your old tricks around Chicago, eh?
You know you's the best one.
Well, is there any further instructions for me?
That's all for the present. I'll wire you further instructions.
Empress, what does this stand for?
It stands for the stoutness of heart. What must be in the bosom of every soul, what is chosen to be the leader of his people.
And what is this for?
'Twas presented me by the women of the organization who believes in my teachings and felt the need of doing something to prove their belief.
Well, what must other women do who believe in your marvelous work and would like to do anything to prove the same?
Well, if your husband, Brother Bottoms, wasn't who he is, I might be tempted to tell you what I'd like to have you do.
Well, supposing I say that I don't care if he is the chancellor or the writer himself. I'd like to know from your own lips what you'd like me to do.
Well, then the emperor would be forced to say he can't find words for saying.
But the emperor is a mighty man, must conquered the whole South, and women just hankering for him. And I says that he gets what he wants without the asking.
What the?
And since I've been invested with the power of attorney in all matters concerning insurances, my estimates ought to be taken at face value and my judgment in the matter final. Now, I don't want you gentlemen to misunderstand the attitude which I'm forced to assume in these relations. The situation is a phenomenal one, to say the least, and the procedure in handling it requires unusual skill. So I therefore enlisted the assistance of attorneys Wright and Stanwick, the greatest corporation counsellors in the United States. Rhineland and Garvey, expert realtors. And with my staff consisting of Aubrey Austin, whom I submitted before the board last meeting in charge of accounting. Samuel Latlow, the only living lazy Negro navigator in charge of shipping. Now, I feel satisfied in saying that the technical outlook for the new year seems safe and sound. So if there are any questions in reference to investment, expenditure, banking, or any other monetary negotiations, I have here an explicit and detailed account for your convenience.
As the Vice Emperor, I'd like to know how much money is spent and why for since the coming in of your administration amongst us.
Well, I don't think that's necessary, Mr. Second Vice Emperor. But as the first Vice Emperor, I'd like to know how much money we've done took in, and where from, and what's come of it.
I think that both the first and second vice emperor done spoke out of turn. I should apologize to the chair for preaching etiquette. I would say, to my mind, that the most important question now to answer is how much is going to carry out this year's project? How much money is going to take to run this year's ship? How much time is going to take to reach the shores of Africa? Find out now. The passengers is laboring under belief that they don't pay their fare. And you ain't got no right collecting no new money for saving. Is we, or is we ain't, got money in the treasury enough to cover all matters, which is pertaining to the safe sailing of the Black Eagle to its destiny?
I'm indeed glad you raised those questions, Your Highness. I have the answers right here for your convenience. It'll require $500,000 more in cash, $500,000 more in securities, to give her a clean bill of lading from this country to Africa. Now, the only important thing I haven't touched upon is this, the law dealing with passports. Now, here's where we're going to experience some difficulty. The country to which you are journeying must give you permission to enter before you may do so. May I ask the board this question? Are we in receipt of any documents from the government of Monrovia?
That's what we should have been asking you. Is you got any document? And that's so vice these.
I've been thinking of some of these questions lately, and I can see my way to overcome some of them. But the rest of them still seem to be in dark. People depending on me to lead them to their natural home. They've been spending the money freely. We've been spending the money freely. Now, I's here to tell every one of you that's in this thing as deep as I is, them cats don't want no for no answer.
Gentlemen, this is indeed a critical situation. First, you have promised a ship to people without trying to find out what a real one costs. You have even mentioned a sailing date. You've promised land. You've given titles to a country that doesn't even want you in their house.
What's that you say, man? What's that you telling me?
Yes, I cabled the president of Liberia. And I have his answer right here. Why, if you gentlemen can stand it, I'll read it with your kind permission, sir.
Reason a hell of a jam if you should ask me.
People all dressed up and they ain't going no place.
It says Monrovia, Liberia, and the date. To the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Black Eagle Incorporated, New York City, dear sir. We have taken your cable letter under advisement, and we find it impossible to extend our quota for the current year. Trusting that in the future we will have the pleasure of your communication. We remain very respectfully yours. I'm the president of Liberia.
How long you had that letter in your hand?
I received it 2 days ago.
Who you been showing around to?
My secretary opened it along with the other man.
You mean to tell me the woman found out for 2 days that we done ain't going no place?
If you put it that way, yes.
Brother, don't you know you was guilty of one of the worst offense that a soldier could be shot for?
Some underhand work going on around here.
It do look mighty peculiar that the council should not forthwith report this matter to the chair immediately. And being as the other members of the cabinet feel the way they does about your administration, I've got to join their sentence. After me taking you and making you the chancellor of the checks, you's fixing to scare the brother to death and spy his faithfulness to the cause. We's asking you what you got to say for yourself before we tender you your resignation.
Well, gentlemen, it grieves me very much to have to remind you that I have been commissioned by a corporation known as the Black Eagle Incorporated. And my resignation, and whether I want to submit it or not, will be a matter for the Board of Administration to decide in quorum and not by proxy.
When I get through with you, young man, you'll be too proxy to walk loose in the street.
That is all I have to report to this board. So if you gentlemen don't mind, I'll be leaving.
If you don't mind, you're fired.
And don't let me catch you around here no more.
Brother, I expect we better tap the treasury some more, but to give one grand declaration ball Saturday night. What do you mean that we...
What? You know we got to make a brave front or the ship is sunk.
Sunk! Deacon Johnson brought you out of the Rise and Shine Baptist Church where you was digging yams all day and whooping and hollering all night without getting nowhere. He's the one that stuck by me when I was in the need of some resistance. I give you position on the left and right side of me. All the time smoking the best cigars, having your shoes shine, drive around automobiles from one place to the other, having your pictures took, and your fingernails shine without doing a lick of work. That's miracles enough, ain't it? And there's hundreds I've helped just as I helped you. I might say there's 700. So leave the Black Eagle to me. That ship's bound to sail if I have to sail it myself.
Oh, why, hello, Sheriff.
Oh, hello.
I'm glad to see you.
Yeah?
I'm awfully glad to see you.
That's so.
Won't you rest your hat?
Thanks.
Why, it almost seems like old times, doesn't it?
Yeah. You look mighty sweet tonight. That the gown you're going to wear to the ball?
Oh, this isn't any ball gown. This is the regalia of the first Empress of the United States of Africa.
Yeah?
You look pretty good yourself, Shug. I guess New York's been mighty good to the both of us.
New York has been mighty good to you, all right. But it played hell with me.
Oh, don't start that all over again. You promised you wouldn't, you know.
I know I promised not to talk about anything concerning both of us. But I'm leaving for home tomorrow, and you are staying here, going wherever you're going. And I feel that this is the last chance I have to tell you what I'm feeling in my heart.
If you're not going to keep your word about not talking no loving, I ain't just got to listen. You raised enough noise in this man's town for them to keep you in jail. Lord knows I had to make enough promises to get wires working so you could get out to go home safe and sound.
I know I acted a fool about you losing my good job following your way down here. When I should have known right down there that night when you double-crossed me before everybody, she let Manny on. But I guess I just can't help it. Well, honey, when you ain't around and I think of you, I can't think of nothing else but good. And when I see you, you look so sweet. I forgive you for everything you has done to me.
Oh, sugar. You know I ain't got no business listening to you, making me forget my obligations and feeling as though nothing ever happened between us. It was that night in front of the church where we were so happy loving each other.
Yes, you loved me until that devil messed you up and turned your head against me. But I still feel, honey, that whatever happens to your head, your heart still belongs to me.
Oh, sugar, you better be going, because I don't want you to get in no further trouble up here. Lord knows, if anything would have happened to you, it would pretty near kill me.
I think it's a shame the way you've messed up our lives. Ain't you got the courage left to be the wife of an honest man who loves you more than anything else in this world?
Oh. Hello. Deacon Johnson, you better be going. Yeah. I'll be ready in about 5 minutes. I know. I gave you my word, didn't I? That didn't mean nothing to me. Yeah. All right. Goodbye. Oh, sure. I'm the station wants to make sure that you take the train. And somebody must be watching the house right now because they know that you're here. So for God's sake, though, it's pretty near killing me. We better say goodbye.
Spying on you, huh? Going to get me out of the way so he can take advantage of you, huh? Thinks he's God Almighty. Going to run the whole world. Well, if he thinks he can browbeat you into salt soaping me back down south, he's a damn liar. I'm going to stay right here.
Shucks! Have you gone crazy after all I've gone through? Is this the way you're going to treat me?
And if you think I'm going to run away from any nappy-headed emperor, you've got another guest coming. Tonight, I'm going to be at the ball.
Shucks!
And you're going to stay right here.
Ow!
Attention!
Get out of the way. We have no ticket.
Well, the orders is that the guests must have the ticket in the hand when they present themselves at the door for admission.
Now, we done misplaced them tickets. That ought to be enough explained for a piece of paper.
I ain't here for the don't you words. I just here to collect the tickets.
Listen here, you don't know who you's dressing, do you? Why, I'm the Countess of Zanzibar.
Lady, I don't care if you're the King of England. You's going to give me a ticket this evening.
Man, is you a fool? I done told you we ain't got no tickets. I like to see some fresh metal common policeman stop me from getting in here. Come on. Oh man.
Enter. What is the nature of this disturbance?
This couple ain't got no tickets and they're trying to crash the way in.
May I ask what rank, if any?
Why, I's the Countess of Zanzibar, and this am the Count.
Well, as the first Vice Emperor of the United States of Africa, I did it fitting and necessary that public apologies be made to both his and her Royal Highness for the embarrassment that's been posed upon them.
Tonight, my friends, I'm not going to take up your time with no speech. I only want to remind you that one of the happiest moments of my life are some of these when I can revive and distribute dividends to all those who is worthy of faith. Yeah! Secretary, would you mind reading from the list of emotions we have for this evening?
Not at all, Your Majesty. Mr. White Miss Sadie Treadwell. Of Lagos. Mr. Rastus Shawthorne. Major General of the United States of Africa.
Before I make this declaration, I want to draw your attention to the importance which is attached to this office. It has to do with the sailing of the Black Eagle, which, as everyone knows, takes place on the 26th, and which I'd like to say here and now that the boat sails on the aforesaid day. Till I feel the movement of our own steamship line under my beat. I can't wait till I feel the breeze of the ocean just a fanning the sails of the ship which we done bought with our own money from the sweat of the black. I can't wait till I hear the whistle of the night, the signal the other ships are sailing the mighty ocean to keep to their own side. Because he's coming through. The Black Eagle ain't standing no foolishness. She's a-cutting the waves and a-knocking the sharks out of the way. I can't wait till I see the rising sun coming up in the sky, making everything round about it the color of the rainbow. Natives are firing guns. I might say cannon guns. To warn the whole world that we's approaching. The officers in command of the ship is standing in tension from head to foot of the deck. Is you crying to be there? Is you crying to the promised land? Then we's bound for the promised land.
Listen to me, you all. You've been fooled, cheated, and robbed, and heading for the rock.
You've got to listen to this man or somebody before it's too late.
Rest them. You better stand there or else I'll drop the bomb.
It's loaded with TNT. Folks, now will you listen? We're trying to tell you that you haven't got any ships. No ships. The Africans don't want you in Africa, and the United States won't grant you any passports. But we have made arrangements for your passage back home.
And prove to these people that these men are lying.
You better confess.
Confess, Charcoal.
Brother, I've got nothing to confess. I've done no wrong. For years I've been dreaming of a way to bring the black brethren out of the bonds of slavery which they still in. For years I've been dreaming if we all got together like Moses and the children of Israel, that a miracle could happen and we find a way to live like other people. This dream was so big that all who come in contact with it could see the same as I see. No, I don't know nothing about those tires. No, I can't count no money up in those thousands. No, I can't ride no ship by myself, and I can't fight the government single-handed. But I done the brother this far, and it's up to you all to say who you want to take you further.
Well, I hope y'all enjoyed that.
I think everybody did, girl. Oh,
So,
rubbish. Okay, carry on. Go ahead, sis.
y'all let me know in the comments what y'all thought about that, what y'all think about the movie, and basically what you took from the movie, like any points that stood out to you or things that seemed strange. Like, y'all put in the comments your thoughts and opinions, because we're about to really get into the history behind this movie, because everything that y'all saw in this movie is basically based on something that really actually happened. So this is where you get your pen and your paper out, because we really about to break this down all the way thoroughly. Um a lot of folks think that, this movie was just racist propaganda, but nah, it's way more than that. There were really things that happened that were really against our people. There were some players involved that they really didn't tell y'all about. Hence the title of the show, Marcus Garvey and the KKK. Okay. So let's go ahead and start with the breakdown. So this all really started, let's say, in 1492. This started when these people first came over here, and I don't know if y'all noticed the sign here, Logan, Mississippi, 1492. And so I was like, pay attention to the signs, because it's like they telling you things without directly telling you what happened in 1492. Apparently, Sharice, you want to chime in on that?
Oh, snap. Sure. Well, we all know that obviously this idea surrounding 1492 is obviously the first time these people have touched us, been here, that the first time that anything was ever documented or recorded in our history. I just really like this movie in sense of it bringing to light a lot of the raunchy weird things that was going on at that time. And I think that obviously it's trying to explore and kind of critique more of this movement, because I think that what really happened here is that a lot they were making decisions and they just didn't have a lot of knowledge on it themselves. They didn't really know what they were. I mean, it's like I guess it just sounded good to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And versus having a real actual connection to this place. And I think that even the notion of it being the United States of Africa, that really says a lot.
Yep.
That in itself. And it's super, it almost feels devious, you know what I mean? It almost feels wow. Like, I mean, you could just tell how long that they've been trying to push this African rhetoric on our people. And woo, yeah.
We gonna get into it. So y'all know 1492, that's when Christopher Columbus supposed to have sailed the ocean blue, right, and came over to America. All right. So
yeah, that's what I was talking about when I said, when they first made contact, obviously Columbus.
Yeah, like they've been trying to make this their homeland for a long time. A lot of people don't know, but America has always been popping. It's the actual motherland, not Africa. We have, all kinds of species. Like, we're the most biodiverse area in the world. Oldest forest here, the most water, in any landmass. So all those things that we grow in agriculture, you can make all kinds of industries from agriculture. You grow cotton, you can make clothes, cottonseed oil, you grow corn that fed the world. You make all kinds of things out of corn. So when you thinking about the first industries, the first manufacturers, look to America. And that's why everybody was trying to get over here and claim this land for themselves. So let's get into the breakdown. We're going to start in the early 1800s with the American Colonization Society. All right. So first, I want to define to everybody that's watching who the true American is. Okay. So we're actually going to define the word American, because people are confused now because the definition has changed. So let me share my screen.
Yes. Come
Okay.
on.
Let's
Yes.
get into it.
Okay.
Let's get into it. So let me see. Hold on, y'all. Let's see which one I'm going to share, because my monitor over here acting up.
Do you want me to share it for you, or you got it?
What? Help me, sis.
I did.
Girl.
Okay, cool. Because I did pull it up. Just just because.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome, sweetie.
So we're going to go into the Webster's 1828 dictionary. Okay. You finna get these primary sources. All right. And we're going to share the links in the chat, because as much as we want to tell y'all this information, I want you to know it yourself. So I want to show y'all these sources and how to find these sources, how to conduct your own research so you can have your own understanding. Because when you search this stuff for yourself it ain't like hearing it from somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Whole nother experience. You get a whole nother type of understanding when you start doing your own research and finding how much these folks lied yourself. Okay, it hit different when you start seeing this stuff yourself, when you start seeing the hijack yourself. So, Sharice,
Yeah, it's there, babe. You just have to pull it up and pull it up on your stage.
okay, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, the definition of American, if y'all can see here, says American adjective pertaining to America. But let's look at the noun. Okay. What does it say in 1828? An American was a native of America. It originally applied to the Aboriginals. Who are Aboriginal people? Malcolm X told y'all ain't no such thing as no light skinned, straight haired Aboriginal.
Mm-hmm.
Aboriginal is always a Negro. An Aboriginal always got dark melanated skin. An Aboriginal always got some curly hair that grow towards the sun. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Tell
These
them,
are the copper colored races that were found here by Europeans. But now,
but now, look,
okay.
but
Now it is applied to descendants of Europeans born in America. Okay. And what do they call people that are born in a country but not from that country?
aliens,
It
foreigners.
start with an N. I'm looking for a word that start with the letter N.
What do you hold on? Ask your question again.
What do they call a person who is born in a country, but their parents ain't from that country? And it starts with the letter N.
A girl, I was about to say a nepo baby.
Native.
Girl, I don't know why I was about to say a nepo baby.
Girl.
I'm sorry. Girl, I was about to be like a nepo baby. I don't know
what?
what?
But listen, y'all.
All right, go carry on, sis. Yes, a
Don't
native.
they? What's the definition of native? Do we need to pull that up?
Shoot, what does native mean?
Pull that up real quick, Sharice.
Okay.
The definition of native.
I don't know why I was about to say nepo.
Y'all finna know who the
right
Native American really is.
I'm telling you.
Let's get into that. Let's get into the original Native American.
Okay.
Okay.
No, that's the right one.
See, we finna show y'all something tonight. Okay.
All right,
We're finna break it down. We're finna break it down for y'all tonight on why Trump doing what Trump doing right now. And why them folks on them reservations is going through what they going through right now. Y'all finna understand it today. Y'all finna understand it today. Okay? Sharice, you want to read that?
I would love to. Native, a person born in a specified place or associated with a place by birth, whether subsequently resident there or not.
Okay. So, by definition, we know that a native is not an indigenous person. No, they was just born there. Okay, just born there. So these Native Americans, since you want to look up the Know Nothing Party for the people,
certainly.
So we can get into who first called themselves Native Americans.
Is that
and why it applies to them by definition?
It's the Know Nothing, that under the American Colonization Society link, or I can just roll with the link I can find.
Yeah, just roll with what you can find, because I ain't even put that in. I should have put that in there.
All right.
because that's huge.
Hold up. What was it again? Repeat. I'm sorry.
The Know Nothing Party.
Nothing's okay.
Y'all finna see what Native Americans truly are. Then maybe you'll understand the $5 Indian
Okay,
a
let's
little
look.
bit better.
Let's get a great source. Let's do the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Here
All
we are.
right. So, and this is talking about, okay, so we gonna go into the Know Nothing Party. All right. This was a party that was started by Irish immigrants. Y'all know Bill the Butcher? Y'all ever seen the movie Gangs of New York? We might have to watch that movie too, but yeah, Gangs of New York is about Bill the Butcher and these Irish immigrants came over here, you know, trying to establish themselves in this country. You know, they looking for a homeland because they've been kicked out of Europe because they're the undesirables and the crown don't want them there. So they come over here looking for a homeland, you know, and basically they they come over, right? And act like the place is theirs. You know what I'm saying? Like they want it for themselves. Like it ain't nobody else already here. Like this ain't somebody else home that you just done walked into. So they start calling themselves Native Americans, right? And they the only ones that want to be considered an American. But as y'all just saw, a real American is the Aboriginal people of America. But here come these foreigners. Here come these illegal aliens. Here come these immigrants through Ellis Island that are now calling themselves Native Americans. Okay. And that translated over to just American. Why is it that these people who are from somewhere else get to call themselves American, but we have to call ourselves Black American, African American? We got to put some type of preservative on it.
Because they're blacking us out. That's the issue. It's a complete wipeout of what the American is and what it was supposed to represent. Because obviously, when we look at the definition of American, it obviously and clearly states that it's the colored races. Okay, none of these people are, girl, come on. Y'all not copper colored.
What Trump said, they don't look like Indians to me.
Girl, don't make me pull up Trump transcript when he said that the Indians look like Michael Jordan in Connecticut. Listen.
What?
Yes, I have that transcript, girl. He was talking to Don Emus. Yeah, shout out to Copper Goddess. Okay.
We shout out to Donald Trump.
Yeah, he getting on their neck. Please believe that.
He getting it on, boy.
He couldn't wait to get up on them. He couldn't wait.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, completely swiped an identity, which is so crazy because we know that in 1870, that's the first time that we see this quote Native American identity. And I think some people will argue that it was like way later than that this kind of Native American identity began to come into existence. You know, this was a complete swipe, a complete usurp.
Absolutely.
So go ahead.
These are the identity thieves of history. Not only did they usurp the nobles in Europe, but they came over here and usurped the nobles of America. Okay. And that's you and me, my people that's listening. So let's get into the next link that we got here, so that we can define who the real American is. And in a moment we're going to get into some visuals because y'all know that it's media. It's the visuals, the what you hear and see that influences you, and the people that create this media to push this narrative knows this about people. They know psychology and how to get you to believe something. So let's get into this next source, and then we're gonna get into some visuals. Go
Great.
ahead, Shrees.
All right, let me see which source you have next. Boom. Right here.
Yes, we're gonna get into the observations concerning the increase of mankind by Benjamin Franklin. And it's kind of gonna give y'all the perspective behind why these people are doing what they're doing, why they're coming over here, and why they want us out. Okay, you want to read that?
Absolutely. Observations concerning the increase of mankind, 1751. Observations concerning the increase of mankind. Printed in observations, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let's just carry on. The immediate occasion for writing this essay, according to Van Doren, was the British Iron Act of 1750, which prohibited the erection of additional slitting and rolling mills, plating forges, and steel furnaces in the American colonies. While English ironmasters rejoiced in the protection the law afforded them, a few far-sighted Britons and most Americans appreciated that the act would curb colonial growth at just the moment when Britain and France were engaged in a climatic struggle for possession of North America. So Britain and France were engaged in a climatic struggle for possession of North America.
I think you might have to scroll down to where he was actually
Describing the people.
writing it. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Because he has a bunch of observations concerning the increase mankind, peopling, and countries. Okay.
Hold on, you might have to control F and find
okay.
Find where he was talking about the Germans. Control F and look for I think Germany.
Okay, let me see here, girl, because I am not as computer savvy.
Hold on.
Let me see if I can look down for it though. Say he it's long. All right, let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Nope, those are all that's the bibliography.
Did I find it? All right.
It?
I think
Hold up. Let me see. It's got to be somewhere within these numbers.
Okay. 24, number 24.
There we go. Oh, the very last one. Beautiful.
There you go. Look
at me.
We got it.
We getting it together. Okay. So I guess this is the most important part, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so.
On period.
And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion. And are the Germans also. The Saxons only accepted who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their numbers were increased. And while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our globe reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we in sight of superior beings darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind.
So there you have it. Ben Franklin is telling y'all that the amount of white folks in the world is kind of small, and they need to find a place, you know what I'm saying, that they can be so that they don't basically disappear and go extinct.
Yes. And what's interesting about this is because I think I have seen this source before, but it wasn't correct. It wasn't being correctly explained. And I will say that it's interesting. It says all Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America, even America is tawny or black, but it had the quotation marks exclusive of the newcomers. Wholly so. So that means it's became a place where people can come and be and try to create a life for themselves. That's how I am interpreting that. They say exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so, because I have seen like this thing here. I've seen this, but I didn't see it in its proper context, and now I do.
And listen, y'all see that he's pointing out that America is a colored nation, okay? It's colored folks, copper colored folks that's aboriginal to America. All right. Now no pale faces. I'ma just keep it like that. All right. And we're gonna show you with a visual what Aboriginal Americans look like at the time that Ben Franklin wrote this and even before then. So Sharice, you wanna share this video from Sosalina TV?
Yeah, shout out to Sosalina TV.
Shout out to Sosalina. I'm gonna share that link with y'all.
Yeah, let me pull it up
so that you guys can also view his channel, because again, this is for the edification, you know, of the people. You know, if y'all are just coming in, if y'all just starting to learn about this, if y'all new to this, you know, I want to give y'all educational resources that y'all can use to really get into it and get a complete understanding of who you are and what is going on. So let's look into this Sosalina video. We're not going to play the whole video, but we are going to jump to different points that, you know, are going to give you a visual.
Follow the breadcrumbs to discover more evidence of who were the only American Indians that inhabited the Americas and that are still here till this day. Now, before we dive into the rabbit hole of truth, if you're new to the channel, please like, share, subscribe, comment your thoughts down below, and don't forget to turn on post notifications so you'll be informed about our next upcoming episode. If you are already subscribed, welcome back to the channel, and thank you once again for your unwavering support. Please continue to like, comment, and share so more people can witness the truth. Let's dive in. And just a quick welcome to our new members. We thank you so much for your support.
Sharice.
We really
yeah, you already know, girl.
To
yeah, because
Indian slavery
I don't want to play the whole video. I don't know
times within the present limit.
You want to play? Okay.
But if you can, like,
hold on,
all right, yeah,
right here.
Yeah,
push it up a tiny bit. Okay.
It says worked also to discuss Indian slavery in colonial times within the present limits of the United States. And this takes place for this information in 1913. Let's dig deep into this one. Get ready. Continuing on with this sneak peek from yesterday's video, all right, we have right here in this short passage, worked, oh, let's get the pointer out, excuse me. It says, worked also as the plantation system grew. In South Carolina, Governor Allure employed some of his Indian slaves in tilling his fields. So again, this is more proof that we are and were the Indians, just like today, all right? Because there's only one group of people in the entire world that was on plantations, and we know how they look. And
Y'all
this
ain't
is
never seen
proof
no
that they
African
are
bastard
saying
picking no cotton.
they were in.
There we go.
Go ahead.
There we go. And I kept asking, where were all these people when we were shooting in the gym? I've been asking. Where was these quote mongoloids that were, that they want to swear is the true people? Where were they on the plantation?
Child.
And why
yeah.
are they not being
Yes.
depicted being on said plantations? If it was them so bad, but we know the truth.
Indian slaves. And again, you're not going to bring people from another continent. We've been saying that, to till the fields. The Africans will not know when to plant the crops. All right. They will not know that. Furthermore, they speak different dialects, so they wouldn't even know how to communicate with the other.
I'm glad he said that. I'm sorry to keep pausing, Sav, because I know.
You good.
Because I feel like I've discussed this before. I feel like I just said something about this, like on I can't remember. I think it was over there on OTK's channel. I'm like, there's no way you're going to lose your whole language, your dialect, any of that.
Yeah.
For any reason.
Exactly. Like folks should still be clicking their tongue. And
I'm trying. We should be like, I am put our key. We are talking.
Why isn't that in our accent?
Exactly. Come on now. This don't got. I'm telling you, this is a hijack. The way they just said, "Nah, we just gonna call all them Africans, bro." Just nasty work.
Y'all follow us because we gonna get into it. But
Yes,
I want y'all to see who the Indians were. I want y'all to see that is us. So go ahead, Sheree.
Yes, I'm sorry, but I ain't gonna pause no more.
Other Africans. So here we are seeing that a plantation system that houses only one group of people on planet Earth, all right, in South Carolina. Okay, this is plantations only happens in the Americas. No place else throughout time that you ever had a plantation. That's how we knew that the plantation belonged to the Indians, because they were the ones that was planting everything. They were planting the crops. The Europeans didn't know how to do that. All right. So, and here we have them being employed or used as prisoners of war. Actually, both employed and being prisoners of war right here as slaves, tilling the land, raising the cotton, planting the squash, the corn, the tobacco, etc. So let's dig even deeper. Lock in. Let's go. For example, this is from the Library of Congress. Let's read and scroll down. The work our women did in this country built it. Post-Civil War, workers at a cotton gin, right, at the Knox Plantation, South Carolina. Library of Congress, and let's see what they look like. All right.
Woo!
You see the people.
Those are your grandmothers.
Africans wouldn't know how to raise cotton. They are not picking cotton per se. They are raising the cotton. You have to know how to grow the cotton and raise the cotton before you pick the cotton. And you see right here, let's zoom in on something that we've noticed, right? Because they were saying that they were employed for the most part, either getting screwed over or minimum wage or no wage or whatever the case may be. But take a look at this woman right here. Let's zoom in. Okay. Take a look at her rings on her finger. Look, both hands. And we just noticed something. Look over here as well. Ring, gold. All right. And even look at her hoop earrings right here. All right, hoop earrings, and we think we see one right here too. We're not 100% sure. All right, so it's one of those things that they try to mix match and say like, okay, they were prisoners of war, they were slaves, they were servants, and they were employed, or all of the above and stuff. But the simple fact that we can see the rings, gold rings here, and hoop earrings here. And again, you look at the phenotype of all of them. You look at the phenotype. So they're talking about the Indians on the plantation in South Carolina, right here, for example. Receipts. Again, right here, you see the plantation system. All right, and you see the people working the land, tilling the fields. The Indians. We're going to show you so much evidence just in this one video as well about what people have been saying about the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, I want y'all to know that everything that was ever grown on a plantation in America is an indigenous crop. Cotton, corn, tobacco, sugarcane, even the things that they tell y'all that's not indigenous, like rice.
Girl, don't get me started.
Okay.
Don't get me started on
they
that.
They told y'all that rice is from Asia, right?
And Africa.
They right, and that they brought people from the rice coast, what they call the rice coast, to plant rice here in America. But I want y'all to know that rice is indigenous to America. Yes, the white rice, not that wild stuff that grows in that's not rice that grows in like Michigan that the Native Americans be harvesting. No, I'm talking about that white rice, the gold rice, the Carolina gold rice that they was growing in South Carolina and the Carolinas and all on the coast. That's indigenous to America. It grows naturally. You ain't got to do nothing for that rice to grow. If you go out there right now, by a riverbank, your ass is going to see wild rice. River rice. It's indigenous. Don't let them lie to you. But go ahead, sis. I just wanted to point that out.
And I love this because I think that, the document that he's showing is super prevalent because obviously this idea of what quote Indians look like, I think is the huge issue in a lot of places. And I know like South Carolina to be like those roots for a lot of us. And we know for a fact that in South Carolina, the Negroes were unquestionably Indian. And that's according to the American Bureau of Ethnographic Information. I mean, I'm not saying that name right, but it is the Bureau of American Ethnology. It was their 19th annual report that was created, family. And that report basically said, hey, the South Carolina Negroes are Indians, unquestionably. And so when they go back to this, it just continues to bring it to light even more how important it is for us to understand that the original people here was us and no one could ever do it like us. Okay.
Was told in reverse, meaning that the transatlantic slave trade happened within the Americas. All right. They were transported elsewhere from within the United States, from Canada, from South America, from the West Indies, and they were shipped to Africa, and they were shipped to Europe. All right, and they were shipped elsewhere out of America. Let's continue. All right, real quick. We want you guys to notice the buildings in the background, okay? Not teepees. Let's go. Check this out. the Indians constructed the buildings, not teepees, okay? The Indians constructed the buildings, planted on the plantation, and cultivated the fruit trees and vineyards, tended the cattle, made pottery, wove clothes, and performed, okay? In fact, everything was already built up, and if it wasn't built up, the Indians built it. All right. And let's continue. In fact, all the manual labor that was necessarily required in an extensive colony. All right. In return, they received food, clothing, and lodging, were instructed in the church. Who's more indoctrinated than the Indians, right? In church. They were instructed in the church doctrines and observances, and were taught dancing and music, and occasionally the rudiments of reading, writing, and arithmetic. And we know
Pauses.
that's a lie. In
I'm
especially
ready to pause too, but I want to wait for you.
So y'all know the only people that say that they built America is us. Okay, and this source is telling you that us is the Indians. Okay, you ain't see not now. Never have I heard a Native American say that they built America. Y'all know y'all ain't never heard that. So again, it's
Right.
just, I mean, it's there, it's in your face. Here's the proof. And we just getting started. We ain't even got there yet. But go ahead.
Yes, sis. And then even down to like the Christianity side of things, or the church aspect to it, is what I always find very interesting as well, because like you said, the indoctrination of the church really got us going in a different direction as well, like just trying to call ourselves assimilating within this society. Because what are we talking about here, 1913 when this was written? So you have to think about a time where people were just trying to fit in.
Yeah.
And they were doing whatever, they were just doing whatever, they were assimilating however the way they felt, versus, being allowed to live in their truth. And then even most times, even those conversations that they were having, they couldn't have them amongst people. They had to go into places like churches to have certain conversations because it wasn't allowed.
Yes.
Yeah. So
As
I
we get to,
yeah,
that's kind of how we carried on our traditions. Like that's why you see hoodoo in the church so much, because that's the Indian tradition, and we kind of melded that with Christianity, and that's what we got today. But yeah, you can go ahead.
And to say they taught us dancing and music. Like,
well, they know they don't know how to dance or make no kind of music.
Their life was a regular routine, and though material comfort was generally in evidence, still the Indian neophytes were never allowed to act on their own initiative. Beyond that, their existence from day to day, they received no pecuniary reward for their labors, any more than they had been slaves. Again, right? So let's continue. All right. So, for example, right, we typed in the word port, because that would be a port of debarkation or port of embarkation. If you had people from Africa coming to the Americas, all right. So we looked throughout the book and we didn't find nobody coming from Africa. All right. However, as you can see in front of you, we have people coming in and out of the Americas, though. All right. So we have, let's pull it, the point.
I love that he's going into this. I'm sorry, we're going to leave it alone. I'm gonna stop, but
no, go ahead.
I love that he's going into this, because I think OTK, I remember him bringing that out, that it was it was more South Carolina Indians going out to other parts of the Americans than the Americas than Africans actually coming in. So that's so interesting that he made the same point that OTK been saying for so long about this whole South Carolina situation.
And y'all, we still ain't found the records for the Africans coming in, but we got the records for the Indians moving around North
The Americas.
America and moving into South America, into the Caribbean, even some going over to Europe. And we got plenty of sources about them being taken over to Africa,
Absolutely.
colonizing Africa.
And what slavevoyages.org went and did was, instead of calling it Indian slavery, they went and called it intra-American trade.
Intra-American trade.
Trying it, okay? Trying it. So, those are the things, that they try to do, in a sense, in my opinion, to try to cover up what's going on without covering up what's going on, because you can't deny, people went from Virginia to Tennessee, or from North Carolina to, like you said, everywhere in these Americas in general. And I find it very, very disturbing that we have to even look for our history this way, and we have to break it down this way, because I do really feel like people do not understand how this really happened. So this is amazing. Shout out to his channel. And just shout out to everybody.
Pennsylvania, that's in the USA specifically, kidnapping, Indian slaves imported from South Carolina. All right. Acts against importation of Indian. Okay, you see the correlation between the two. Act concerning runaway slaves. Right here, same people.
Pause on
Okay,
that.
then you said right here is import duty.
I just wanted to add, just because y'all listening, runaway slaves is not just talking about Indians, definitely not talking about Africans, because they wasn't over here really. Runaway also includes Europeans that's enslaved also. Ben Franklin himself, the one that wrote the Evidences of Mankind, all that, he was a runaway slave. Okay, I just wanted to point that out. But when he get done with this, I want you to skip to 45:20 in the timeline.
All right, you want him to finish this out, or you want to just go straight there?
Go ahead and let him finish this one.
Okay. 45:20. Got you.
Tease on Indians. Since they're from the land, they had import duties to till the fields, to build the buildings, all right? Plant the crops, all right? And we're going to show you in here, we're saying it out loud so we don't move past it. They had used us as well as Indian guides, Indian scouts. Sound familiar? Indian scouts or Seminole scouts? Yeah, all in here too. We're going to get to all that.
We're going to skip that part. Y'all can, you got the link to watch the whole video. But I want to skip over to talking about the Tuscarora Indians of South and North Carolina. Okay? And the King's Philip War. So we finna show y'all not only who the Tuscarora Indians are and King Philip is, but also how they lie to people, okay? And how they hijack people's history, how they will whiten up, they will whitewash people in history, whitewash historical cares. Look, if these motherfuckers get the opportunity to continue what they doing, all of our people in 100 years is gonna be white. But of course they won't get that opportunity. But I'm just gonna show y'all this. Go ahead and play it, sis.
Okay.
Fair, okay? Of the processes in vogue among the English for the acquisition of Indian slaves, okay? the most productive was that of warfare, with the exception of the Pequot War and King Philip's War in New England. All right, so we're going to stop right there, because we've always seen this name, King Philip. We've always seen the name King Philip. And we have the most clearest depiction of King Philip that we have ever had in order to put the name to the face. All right?
Because that's important.
So the reality is this.
I always find it interesting how everything was going down in over here on this southeastern seaboard, baby.
Hey,
okay,
we gonna have to get into that on another bill.
Okay,
but y'all seeing all this more. We gonna get into it one day. Okay.
Our ancestors weren't playing, honey.
Listen.
Before we take a look at the picture, we need to narrow down as much context as possible. So we asked, was King Philip an Indian? Yes. King Philip, also known as Matacom or Metacomet, was an American Indian.
Wow.
He was a Wampanoag leader and the second son of Massasoit, who had formed alliances with early English settlers in New England. King Philip is best known for leading a coalition of indigenous tribes in King Philip's War. Okay, right here, 1675 to 1678. Notice the treaty, whether the date is wrong or not, it's close to these dates right here, 1677. King Philip's War against the English colonists in an effort to resist the encroachment on their lands and preserve their way of life, our way of life. Okay, so let's look at how he looks like. Based on the treaty, when they are addressing, we're going to put it in the in screen. They are addressing Indian kings and queens. We come from Indian kings and queens. Think about it for a second. The Europeans, whatever color they were, have gone to other continents outside of America, and they have always kept the identity of the people. We, American Indians, Amerindians, or Indians, have been reclassified till this day like 100 times.
Yes.
For hundreds of years.
Yes.
That has never happened
to any other group
outside of us, where we're fighting for.
My God. I mean, I feel like he must have seen some of my lives from 5 months ago, 6 months ago, sis. Literally, I did whole builds on the how many times we were reclassified, even just in modern history. 9 times.
9 times.
We were renamed more than any other group.
And number 9, something else too. This is a number 9 year that we in right now, y'all. Kind of make you wonder why all these things is happening. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's woo. I love this. I love this.
And one day we're gonna get into why we are the only people that's had this happen, why we are the only people whose identity has been hijacked. And I know a lot of people don't, agree with, Bible story or, anything to do with that. But when you think about it, those people also had their identity hijacked. And it's pretty much the only folks, You must be sitting on some real special for everybody to want to be you. Okay. And for everybody to go through all of these links. And I mean, they got to do the whole Renaissance period, the whole Reconstruction period. They got to tear shit down. They got to make some new shit in their own image. And that's a lot of fucking work, a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of resources. You ain't doing that for nothing. You got to be sitting on, you got to be really sitting on something for people to go through all of that, to not only take your identity, but take everything that is attached to your identity. And we're going to get into that one day. But for now.
Yeah. You want me to you want to finish out right here? My bad.
Yeah.
Every time I hear little things, I'd be like, gosh, I've really been on point this whole time. So it's like, it makes me feel good.
Exactly.
Yeah, it just makes me feel good. That's all. Like to know, man. I'm like, yeah, man, we're on point, and we're getting down to the business of what really was going on here. And I love that word usurped, because that's what happened. That's what happened.
For our identity. And the reason why is because the land, when you identify as the landmass and you dig deeper, especially into the treaties and the Northwest Ordinance, all right, and so on and so forth, the Northwest Ordinance of 1787, right, you will see that we are the Indians and kings and queens of the land. So let's go take a look at what King Philip looks like. All right, so here we have a depiction, what we normally see with the name attached, right? It says Philip King, right?
This is what they show us.
And then you see over here again, Philip King of Mount Hope, line engraven depicting Metacom, also known as King Philip. And you see the year again, right here, page 88, Entertainment
38.
History of King Philip's War. All right. So this doesn't really show like a good depiction of him. So once we saw this, and we can match it side by side or top to bottom.
Woo!
Looking real different.
Let's do that.
God, they love the whitewash.
And there's another king over here. There's two of four kings. The other two are still missing. But at least we have King Philip's name right here. Because the way we were able to match is by doing this. Watch this. All right, so here we go. The depiction on the left, this depiction doesn't have a name. It just says Indian King. And then this depiction says King Philip. And watch how we noticed
they lying ass.
That they match what they're wearing and how they are standing. So
Lena better eat this up. First of all, that's all I wanted to say. He's eating, okay. Just even putting this side by side. Look at that, y'all.
Y'all see the hijack, right?
Yes. And how many other photographs are obvious?
Oh, girl, all of them,
hundreds, everything they've ever showed us.
What was the Renaissance period really about? The Renaissance period in the 1700s, where they was doing all this art and stuff. They was recreating and whitewashing the real people. But go ahead.
Yeah, because it even, literally, like Queen Charlotte, for example. I mean, I always love to use that as a good example, even though
King James, Charles, all of them. Everybody that's somebody important, the identities that were usurped, the noble blood, all the noble people, the real noble people are melanated. There is no such thing as no hunter-gatherer noble. There is no such thing as no wood woast noble. Ain't no such thing as no Neanderthal cave beast noble. You got to be original.
Yep. Period. To even be in a position of power such as this. And then, I mean, obviously, we got people like Michelangelo and all these fuck faces during that period pissing me off with this. Because this is crazy. But I love it at the same time, yo, because like this is so similar. I mean, it's very similar. Like, wow. This the one on the right is she's not giving, okay? But anyway.
From the top, we have this V-neck thing right here.
Mm-hmm.
And he has this V-neck thing right here.
Oh, that's a he. Sorry, y'all.
Look at the sash right here. Look at the sash right here. Look at the hand placement. Look at the hand placement. All right. Look at the horn right here. Look at the horn right there. We're going to look at the robe next. How it's laying. And it's even folded right here. It's folded right here. Angled down like this. Scroll up. Robe is angled down like that. You
And
can
there's
see
so
the
many
bow
more
right here
just like this
as well. Yes, bows, and look at the flare out of the shoe. The flare out of the shoe. All right, and he's holding something in his hand right here. And he's also holding something in his hand right there. Same hand placement. Even the robe right here, how it folds. This is the robe, how it folds over here. And once we show you the whitewashed version, you're going to know for a fact that that is us, an Indian king. So check this out. The headline reads, 2 surviving images from the original painting of the 4 Indian kings and later altered whitewashed images. So let's go down to see what the whitewashed images look like. And as you can see, this is the one that's imitating our King Philip right here, our Indian King Philip. And you notice they don't make them lighter, okay? They don't make them just lighter. They change the whole demographic to Asians and Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
These 2 kings up here, Indian kings, are clearly not Asians or Europeans in any way, shape, or form. They didn't lighten the skin. They didn't even they didn't just lighten the skin. They didn't change their hair texture. Okay, what is this back here? This is locks right here. And look at this. These are braids up here. These are braids. Yep. All right, skin complexion phenotype. All right, over here as well. And then you go down here. These people don't look like us. They are not us. This is the whitewashed version. All right. And this is specifically King Philip right here. Look at the hair. It looks like it has 2 braids right here. All right. This is us. This is King Philip, an Indian king. All right, so this brings us to the end of our video for part 1.
Y'all see the hijack. And there's so many more like that, y'all. They did it to all of the books, all of the paintings, like any description of the Indian that, you know, people would be able to access, they whitewashed. Mm-hmm. Okay. So when you go into the Library of Congress and you pull up a book like, for instance, by Theodore Debris, you're going to see the whitewashed image, but they're going to have Negro features. Or you're going to, Lemoyne, you know, is going to be the whitewash Florida Indians, you know, so all of the Indians were pretty much whitewashed. So y'all would think that they weren't Negro. Mm-hmm. And they tell on themselves with what they're doing, because the first time that they whitewashed it, they had them looking um, Europeans, like cave beasts. But anyway, and then they make the Siberian at the Baskin people the face of the Native Americans. So I'm like, they don't look alike. So y'all fucked up. But anyway, we're gonna continue on now that we have more of an idea of who the Indians were. I want to also share, some pictures, some figurines of Indians back in that time period that Benjamin Franklin was saying that America is dark skinned. So, Sharice, can you share the next video?
Sure, sweetie.
Thank you.
And, like just to kind of piggyback off of what Saf's saying, I think it's just important to recognize how this whitewashing has not only obviously wiped out an entire people in a sense of their historical context, but we also have to look at this as how so many of our people are so knee bent. So, a lot of our people have Stockholm syndrome. A lot of our people deal with this idea of this white superiority.
Yes.
And they look, they don't see anything outside of what these people have taught and have said about who the true people are. I mean, it's nasty.
But at the same time, we'll call those people their enemy, but we'll also accept what their enemy has told them about themselves.
Exactly. And it's really heartbreaking because it's kind of, when people can't catch certain things. Like we said, Native Americans are not American Indians.
Hey.
Those are not the same people. The Native Americans that's a new category. That's a new race of people. Those are those Asian Mongoloids that were coming on over here and didn't have anywhere to go. And somehow they were able to get into the situation and, into the situation with the land swiping process. And I only say that because for some reason, a lot of those folks don't, they don't have certificates of birth.
They just got birth certificates in like the 70s and 80s.
Shoot, yeah, girl, later than that. Some
like for real.
I showed it on my channel one time too, because they really did not have any record of birth.
And that's why they're having the issues that they having today. Like everything is connected. Okay.
Yeah.
When you start looking into this and you start noticing the patterns, you're going to see that everything got to do with everything.
They just try to leave us out. And somehow we done, it's our fault too at the same time, because like you said, we're just agreeing. We're not looking into things for ourselves. We're not trying to get an understanding. We're calling our grandmothers liars. It's outrageous.
Yes. And this is what happened when people are under genocide.
Yes.
Absolutely. This is the result of genocide.
And then
I want y'all to
go ahead.
I want y'all to understand that all of this that we are talking about tonight, everything that we're describing, is genocide. Okay. So y'all keep that in mind after y'all leave this show, because we're gonna have to work that out, because last time I checked, that was a crime against humanity.
Absolutely. Then another thing, and before we play the video, I just think that when even us being into this information and breaking it down this way, and I literally was having issues with people on Instagram. Oh, so you're a Native American with kinky hair? I never said I was a Native American, sweetie.
They always do that.
It's not the same. I mean, a lot of our people really believe that these people were here on the land before us.
And when you start watching Selena videos, Selena oftentimes points out the fact that in the month of November, you got American Indian Heritage Month, right?
Mhm.
And then within that month, there is a day, one day called Native American Day. Hey, this is for the critical thinkers, the quick thinkers. If you are the American Indian, right? Why would there be a separate day for
For
Native American?
natives.
Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, the whole month should be y'all's. Why is there a difference?
Exactly. And I think
Meaning
the
they're
confusion
different people.
yes, sis. And then I think it's even worse because they have this idea that, oh, we're in a tribe, we're blah, blah, blah. So they really think that whatever history that they were taught in those Indian schools is the truth about who the true copper color races are.
Y'all
And
asses taught
I
to
just
be
don't understand it. And I always ask them, were so-called black people original all over the world? Yes or no? Yes or no? Because it's really a simple question.
It is.
And how do you just leave out
Like
America
original
in the
people.
midst of all of this? And then you don't even understand, like, well, wow, why are they trying to hide the people? Why? Like, literally, I told people if we weren't the true people of this land, if we were these African Americans that they claim, trust me, ICE would be at our doors too. Believe that. Believe that,
Hey,
family.
keep that in mind
So
when you out here calling yourself Black, African American, because you are not protected by the Constitution, my baby.
Nope.
Indians are protected by the Constitution.
The only
Okay?
one, the only people that are
Keep that
protected.
in mind.
And we've been protected. We just didn't realize it and see. We allowed them to usurp our identity because there is no way all of our grandmothers are familiar with their Indian origin, and then somehow our grandmas are lying. I mean, me and my grandmother had to talk about this today, and even still, even her, her like the way she processes it, it's like, yeah, I know it was my grandma. That's how she says it. But I said, well, grandma, I said, if it was your grandma, then if she had your mom, and then your mom had you, what does that make you? You know?
What does that make you?
What does that make you and make the rest of
Who
us?
your mother is.
Yes. Yes. I'm like, don't play with Beulah and Eula, okay?
Okay.
Don't play with my girls. They were Indians. But anyway, you want to go ahead? Oh no, hold on. You want to put the video up?
Yeah.
I have it. Ooh, okay. I have it down there for you.
All right. I'm gonna see if I can share my screen.
Yes, and shout out to you, Saf. This is an amazing build. I just appreciate you inviting me on. And, I can't wait for us to do more and more of this because we have to really keep knocking them down. And this is one of the ways. And just not knocking them down in a negative way, but just knocking them down with that history, with these facts.
Yeah.
Facts you can't dispute.
Definitely. Hold on. I'm still having this.
Let me share it back up.
This monitor issue, girl. I don't know what
Girl,
the hell.
yes. Girl, girl, you should have seen me on my first live stream, sis.
Oh, yeah.
Me punched over. Girl. Trying to get my mic together.
Oh, girl.
God,
it's rough, y'all.
Yes, you have to really get you a flow, and and it takes time. And once you do that, you'll be fine. Because it's not really as easy as it seems or as it looks.
No,
for
ma'am.
sure. I tell people this is no joke. Okay, it's not easy to get up in front
real
of
work.
And speak. This is work. I have to go and research things and prepare things for you all.
Oh
It's
my
not
gosh.
like we're just out
Hours
here.
and hours.
Yes,
Okay?
running our mouth and no. This is hard work. That's why when I did Pop the Balloon that night, I just wanted to do something chill.
Yeah,
I just want to have
need a
fun.
break.
I need a break from studying. Like so, I just want to give you so much credit and just so much love and and when you start to really do them on your own and things like that, because your channel is going to continue to grow. And it is. I already feel it. I already know. And I just wish all goodness and love and just everything over this platform, because we need more women in these spaces.
Absolutely.
And we can't allow yeah, we have to, at least us as the women, we're keeping it on the information.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between, some other things that are going on around us. So, we just always gotta just be grateful, y'all. Take this in. If y'all watching the replay or y'all taking it back, just take it all in and really understand how hard she worked and how well she put all of this together and pieced it together. And see me, I'm just here to back her up. Period.
Thank you, Sharice.
You're welcome. So, can you see now? Are you still struggling? Yeah, you might have to give me some type of control one day. You don't have to do it now, but
oh, you know what? I forgot to add you to the stage.
Yeah. Ooh, go on.
See?
Girl, I'm telling you, it's no joke because it's like you're still trying to learn how to navigate StreamYard.
Thank y'all for staying and listening. I'm hoping that, I'm giving y'all what y'all need and y'all are enjoying it and taking it in and just like mind blown like I was when I first. I still be mind blown. To be honest, it should be pissing me off.
Yes.
But but I'm praying that it's edifying y'all and something that's really of value and that y'all can take this moving forward and actually apply this to your life and use this for you and your family to reclassify yourselves back to who you actually are. That's the whole point. But let's keep teaching so that y'all have the complete understanding of what's really going on and who you are. All right.
Would you like me to go ahead and play it?
Yes, we're gonna show y'all what a real Indian is and this Native American idea, this Asian person idea that y'all been told is the Indian. It's such a lie. It's a damn diabolical lie. You finna see.
Come on now. Let's get it.
Welcome to another episode of Hidden Heritage, where we follow the breadcrumbs to discover more evidence of who were the only American Indians that inhabited the Americas and that are still here till this day.
Period.
Now, before we dive into the rabbit hole of truth, if you're new to the channel, please like, share, subscribe, comment your thoughts down below, and don't forget to turn on post notifications so you'll be informed about our next upcoming episode. If you are,
first of all, let's just admire.
Yes, just admire his AI work. Okay, so Selena with the AI.
Let's admire what's going on here for a second, because I'm like, baby.
I was looking too, girl. Like, look at that deep copper color.
Okay, look at that. Come on now. And you think you wasn't royalty? You think you weren't? Oh man, I think that's what's so bad about all of this. And this truth is that so many of our people think that we were bottom of the barrel. They think we were slaves. All of this stuff, you know what I mean? And it's like a lot of them are so intertwined with this whole African narrative that they can't even see themselves outside of that. And I think it's so heartbreaking.
We got a lot of work to do. That's why we're doing this, y'all. Let's see. Oh, child.
Yeah. And I mean, we all got to come into our truth in our own time. I always tell people it hit me like a ton of bricks, and it got to hit y'all like that for y'all to really get this.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Already subscribed, welcome back to the channel, and thank you once again for your unwavering support. Please continue to like, comment, and share so more people can witness the truth. Let's dive in. Today's episode is titled American Indian Figurines Rediscovered. And here's the definition: a statuette, especially one of a human form. All right, before we take a look at the figurines, I want to show you guys this doll from the last video. We forgot to put it in. The audio was kind of messed up in that video as well, so please turn on the subtitles.
But destroy all the evidence, y'all.
We want to show you this doll, okay? Its name. Let's get a closer look at the phenotype, what he's wearing, facial features, stuff like that, right? So, says right here, let's get the pointer out. All right, there we go. So there we go. So come
see, this
on.
is
Sorry
in
about that, guys.
1999.
Technical difficulties. Little Hawk. That's his name. Okay. Again, we're gonna see. He looks like
T-Hawk, you in here?
Look at the little fat.
us. All right. He looks like us.
So cute.
So he's
Mm.
wearing his Indian regalia. So we're gonna take a look at some more pictures that we found, because this is a Indian or American Indian, right? Or Amerindian. We found the receipts.
Check the year that they
All
made.
right, so we made our way here and to another angle, and you see his name says Little Hawk right here. See his features. He has like something you will carry the papoose, which is a small child of an American Indian in. All right, so we come down here and you see this incorrect identity, right? So let's bring it up. So African American. So you know they're talking about quote unquote us, okay? So it's not like it was anyway, I don't want to come up with any more analogies. Anyway, so I'm African American, Little Hawk, and then you have down here Native American. And we're like, we're not African.
Like, what the hell?
See, this how they try to play with us.
They be playing our face bad.
They just play with us, and we just be like, okay, it's an African American, it's a German, it's a Native American. Child, listen. I just wanted y'all to see that down there, African American doll, Little Hawk, Daddy
African American doll and a Native American doll
and a Native American
at
doll.
the same damn time. The same.
Yep, that's them separating us from the identity. It's sick. I'm sorry. I just was like, yeah, look at that. That's diabolical. I know he's about to explain it, but that's just diabolical to me. And it happens all the time. And if you can prove that you're a part of a historical tribe, if you will, the $5 sellouts or whatever, then they're like, well, yeah, you're Afro-Indigenous or some shit. No.
There's over 500 tribes in this country and North America alone.
Well, yes. 500 tribes, 800 different languages. That was
T-Hawk. T-Bridge down there, T-Hawk. Okay, my uncle is named T-Hawk. Okay, that's some Indian shit. That's big Indian shit. Okay, only us. We are the only ones that have those names.
So pretty.
And ain't nobody have to tell us, you Indian. It's just in our culture. It's just in the family, in our blood, in our nature. All of my name is Indian. All our names Indian. But anyway, you can go ahead.
African American, and we're not Native American either. So we just keep looking to find where it says that this Little Hawk is an American Indian, Amerindian, or Indian, because we're not African American, we're not Native American, right? We're not Black American either. We're not Hebrew Israelites. We're not Moors. Moving on. So you finally get to where it actually says who he is correctly. So this cradle board for Little Hawk, who's established who he is, his name, was made by several contributing artists, including a family of Kickapoo Indians, right? Indians. To create an age look, each piece has been treated using a very labor-intensive process. Please use special care in placing the cradle board against other leathers and fabrics while the piece is still new. The stains used may rub off and could discolor other surfaces. So There you have it. Little Hawk is an Indian. All right. So now let's get back to the scheduled programming. Oh yeah, we found 2 more dolls as well that look like us.
They're so
Again,
pretty.
that should have made it into the previous video. So apologies.
These dollies.
Here we have our first figurine. It says figurines de Amerindians. It is very disrespectful for them to try to say that this right here, which is regular spelling, translates to Native American figurines. There is not the word native anywhere in the original meaning. So it's figurines of American Indians. Full stop. And you see their dark complexion and phenotype the best we can for this one. But like I said, there's a difference between Native Americans and American Indians. You can check out your Google calendars. That's like the best info that you can see for November 1st. And then it says American Indian Heritage Month. And then you have Native American Day on the 29th of November. So that's how you know there are 2 separate people. We are the American Indians, and other people are Native Americans. They are not us. We are not them. All right, so here we have a couple, American Indian couple right here. And you can see skin complexion, phenotype, body type.
Look at that, y'all. Oh, I know we're trying to let everything play out, but it's like I still have to pause because you know they show these kinds of figurines all the time. And when I was showing them on my little program, people was hating, talking about, oh, it was Etsy, it was so what? What? The figurine.
They sell
Why
bitches
are they
on
brown? Why are they brown? Why do y'all gotta nitpick over everything? They are brown. Period. Why are they being represented this way if that's not what they look like? If that's not who we were, it doesn't make any sense for them to do this.
And
They
these are
look
the
like
original representations.
yeah, it's
Man.
crazy. It's crazy. This
Before
is
the
like,
hijack.
I'm telling you, look at those feathers in the head. Look at that. Look like they doing something with the teacup. Is that
It looked like is that a strawberry?
I think girl, don't give me the lion.
Because it got bumps on.
Okay.
Why they picking the strawberries? I don't know.
And then even down to like their attire, like even they like this one, he has jewelry on or something. You know, just looking at how fly we was, even in these times. Okay.
Etc. The hair as well, the nose, lips, everything that resembles us.
Everything.
The feather headdress as well. Pearls around the neck, pearls around the arm. Okay, kilt around his waist. Check out some more. Right, you have the difference between the American Indian and the African. So you
see that Indian red.
It's different.
Oh man.
This is
I think get it.
Like a crocodile or alligator right here by her feet or his feet.
It is a difference. It is a difference. Look at that. Look at that.
Ruddy versus a deep, like a dark, very deep dark brown undertone. And a lot of our people do have a dark brown undertone, but we were known for our copper color, which has a ruddy or reddish undertone to it. Okay, like the redwood trees in the forest. Like we we match the land, we match the red clay, we match, all the things surrounding us. So yeah, that's the difference.
Mm-hmm. All right, baby.
The feather kilt around his waist, the feather headdress, skin complexion, body type, the best we can tell. And then this made a distinct difference between the Africans and the American
Yeah,
Indian.
that's a Moor.
As you can see, they have the elephant on his head. And then we have feather headdress. That was like our style, how we dressed, and still do today, because we have every year without fail carnival in the Americas without fail, and we dress like that. All right, so here we have labeled correctly, except for this native part. So American Indian figurines, baby set of 3. Okay, and you see how they look. They look like us. All right, let's get a closer look. All right. Right here. American Indian, right there. Our correct identity. Because American Indian is tied to the land of America - India. If you ask a Russian where they are from, they will tell you Russia, because it's tied to the land. If you ask someone from Kenya where they're from, they're going to say Kenya, because it's tied to the land. Nigerian, tied to the land of Nigeria. Japanese, tied to the land of Japan. China, Chinese. All right. Our whole continent was filled with American.
Sure, sweetie.
To the next image.
Okay.
Because he gonna, go on.
Yeah, he gonna explain all of it.
Here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Negro hair.
So this baby figurine. And you have the hair again here with the wavy type hair. And this hair will be more like a coarse, coily type hair.
And that puts to bed all of that nonsense about hair textures and hair types. It doesn't matter.
That kind of about 4 different hair textures in my head alone. So
me too. That's what's so crazy about this. I mean, people will really equate the most silliest, asinine things that don't even matter.
Arrows, the feathers, the phenotype, the hair type, body type, and skin complexion, feather kilt around her waist. I think this is anyone can comment, let us know what is this right here?
Alligator.
Can't be an alligator, right? I don't know, or a crocodile. And then her bow, she has a bow.
So the emblem of America, when they're showing the Indian Queen, they always have her riding on an alligator. That's the Southern Indian Queen. And y'all know that alligators are prevalent in the American South. And it's one of our like our deified animals. What was the name? Is it not Sekhmet, but Sebek or something like that. But you'll see that in Egypt, which is America. That's for another video. But in Egypt, the alligator was a revered animal, because the alligator was the first animal that we know about that was able to remake itself through parthenogenesis. Didn't need a mate in order to clone itself, and that's why it was so special. Also, alligator fat provide oil and different things, and They was also eating, like we still eat alligator meat to this day, and it's good, tastes like chicken. But yeah, that's definitely the alligator that's a part of that whole Indian queen motif.
Mm.
You can go ahead though, I'm done.
as well. And we have another depiction, pearls around his arms, the type of hair, wanted to start hair first, kilt, the type of hair, you see the hair, and then we're gonna see the face. All right, so check out the type of face he has, his phenotype, facial features, skin complexion, body type, the kilt around his waist, as mentioned before. Here as well. A better angle or better view of his type of facial features.
All right, next image, because we got to get through this video.
Her knee and phenotype, facial features.
Another Indian.
Right. Okay. And then we go.
Y'all, these depictions
what
aren't
they
just
are
of
wearing,
regular
which is
people.
completely
These
different.
are depictions of the nobility of America and, their court and their servants. So this is not just, random folks that they're depicting. They're depicting important people. Go ahead.
Okay.
Different from each other, indicating that they are different groups of people.
Yep,
one is the American Indian, one is African. They're not the same people. For example, here is another comparison between the Amerindian and the African. The Amerindian is us, same skin complexion, phenotype, the best we can see.
Like chocolate.
And let's see. That's all we can see without it being too blurry. And you see the African over here, and we have the feather headdress and feather kilt around her waist. So, and then I think this is the elephant head right here, and snout.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's how you know.
Chopped off.
They made a huge distinction between the Amerindian and the African. Always by either by the skin complexion or by what they are wearing. Another figurine with an American Indian dressed in American Indian regalia.
Stop on that.
You can see the type of.
Pause on that. Mm-hmm. Do y'all remember that picture? I'm gonna see if I can put it in here so you can share it. That picture of the man with the stripes on his back. Hold on. Because they was basically trying to make it, they was talking about how we, went through a lot during slavery. And yes, here it go. Whip Peter. I'm finna put it in the documents. I'm finna put it right after the link for this video. Let me know if you see it. It's from the Library of Congress. If you can see that. Can you see it?
I don't see nothing in the chat.
Oh no, it's not. Oh, let me put it in the
Oh, you
chat.
trying to put it on the screen?
I put it in the Google Doc.
Oh, for me. Look at me.
Yeah, so you can share it.
All right.
It's right after American Indian figurines rediscovered.
Okay. My bad, boo. Look at me.
You good?
Yeah, I remember
So
this photograph.
yeah, you see the scarred back, right?
Absolutely.
So is it that he got this because he was enslaved, or is it maybe a cultural practice of certain tribes called scarification? Because if you go back to the video,
Mm-hmm.
can you go back to the video?
Yes.
Notice the scars on his back. But is he enslaved?
Mm-hmm.
Now, he might have been at one point, but I just wanted to point out that scarification is also a cultural practice among Indian tribes. So there's that question. Is it, oh, I was whipped bad because I was, and that was a lot of scars on that man back. Like,
yeah,
he had to have been whipped a lot, like, in order for him to achieve all them scars. But yeah, y'all see on this Negro man who is an Indian, and he got the scars on his back too. But you can go ahead. I just wanted to point that out.
Of hair, phenotype, even the injuries on his back, right here.
And the apron.
If you guys want a deep dive into the Indian issues or whatnot, you can check out. I'll leave it at the end screen. It's called the American Indian Peace Treaty, I think. So just look out for that one, where they were calling Indians runaway slaves or runaway Indians.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they were calling us in the peace treaty. And then they just switched the word from runaway Indian to runaway slave, and then changed our name from Indian to Negro, Indian to Colored, Indian to Black. Now we're African Americans or Black Americans, and that is not our correct identity. It is Indians, because Indians are tied to titles, property, real estate, estate, territory, rights. Indians not taxed. Sovereign people are the Indians, Indian land, and Indian plantation, where we had our estate was a plantation. Is just a shorter, a long version of saying to plant. It was because we used to plant and raise cotton, tobacco, corn, squash, pumpkin, sugarcane, etc. Because we knew the land.
Avocados,
But they changed our identity and the way we
all kinds of fruit
carried
trees
ourselves in our Indian regalia. They made that basically we're not allowed to wear our Indian regalia.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we should. We're going to start from the back and work our way up to the front. You see the gold bars around her arms, feather headdress, or his arms, think is let's see. And then you see the phenotype, facial features, skin complexion, gold with the pendant.
Mm-hmm. And that might be a crystal.
Getting a closer look. Right here. And this is another one because this one is missing the bow and arrow. This one is silver right here.
And if I'm not mistaken, those are women.
This is a blue turquoise necklace with the gold pendant.
All right, let's see what's next because I
This
want
is
to
another one.
get
Same.
into the
guess. Please
the actual
leave the comments down
factuals.
Mm-hmm. Did you just want to look more at the pictures, or
I think we good. Like, yeah, I think we got a good visual description so that y'all can clearly see that there is a difference in what we just saw versus what you have been seeing on the internet or in media as far as what a Indian is. So y'all see the difference, and if it clearly there's a lie that's being perpetuated. So now that we know what a real American is, and we also know that the immigrants that came here, these pale-faced people, are looking for a homeland that they can call their own. And Ben Franklin said that we got to make America white, okay? Because we we ain't got, if we don't, we gonna be blacked out, okay? So they form organizations such as the American Colonization Society. So let's talk about the American Colonization Society. And I think I got the monitor back working.
Okay.
So
you want to give it a
be able to share. I think it was my plug. I know so simple. Because I got my darn feet down here messing with the thing. But hopefully this go right. So I am going to start with this one. All right, share my screen. My window. Okay, here we go. All right. Robert Finley, founder of the American Colonization Society. All right. Robert Finley's work to help Black help us. First of all, we done went from Indian to Black, as you can see right here. Okay. And I forgot to include this, but at this time there were the Black codes, right? Because they had started enslaving us. So Selena was telling y'all that they would go to war with us for the purpose of capturing prisoners of war and putting them in servitude. And when you become a slave, you lose your identity. You are now property, okay? And property is not a person, okay? You no longer have personhood. Now you're Black. Okay. So any Indian that has been labeled Black, you should know has been enslaved. But they say that Robert Finley was trying to help us, just like they say that Marcus Garvey was trying to help us, and that they were trying to, defeat slavery. Okay. And this is the way that we're going to stop the slavery here in America, by getting rid of the Indians, or the Black people. Actually, now they're not Indian anymore. All right, so they say that they formed the American Colonization Society in 1817 for the purpose of sending free African Americans. I wonder why they got Americans in bold right here. Like, why they ain't bold the Africa part? But anyway, they sending the free Blacks, okay, to Africa as an alternative to emancipation. Y'all know slave emancipation is freeing the slave. So wait a minute. Y'all don't want to free them without having somewhere to send them, basically, is what y'all saying. And we just learned that it was the Indians that were the ones being enslaved here in America. So y'all basically trying to take these people up off their land and send them somewhere else. And this is like 100, 200 years after y'all first come here and starting shit with us. It's like 100, 200 years after these wars. And now, the new generations, they have lost, a lot of them have lost their identity because they are descendants of people who have been made black, who've been enslaved, who've been made property. And they know that they have Indian heritage, but they also being bombarded with propaganda that they're black, that they're African, that the land of black people is Africa. That's what's going on with the American Colonization Society. So it says in 1822, the society established a colony on the coast of West Africa. And in 1847, they named it Liberia. So we seeing right there that not only are they trying to take these Indians up off their land and move them somewhere else so that they can have America for themselves, but also these countries on the coast of West Africa that they say that we come from, it looks like wasn't nobody there until we got there. So yeah, that's strange. That's real strange. So next, what we got? All right. Princeton and the colonization movement. Okay. The American Colonization Society basically used Princeton as one of their meeting places to form these acts and laws and organizations to actually make this happen. So if we read this, after the Revolutionary War, Americans, the Europeans who are now calling themselves Americans, readily acknowledged that slavery was incongruous with the purported principles of their new republic, so called. Some manumitted their slaves or freed their slaves rather than continue with the hypocrisy. Others supported legislative initiatives to encourage the gradual emancipation of slavery, but many also feared that newly emancipated people, the new emancipated Indians that y'all done made black, would threaten the economic and social hierarchies of their communities. So they afraid that the Indians is going to actually rise up on them and get them up off their land. Not to mention, they encouraged those that were still enslaved to seek their own freedom. They therefore reasoned that free black people would, one way or another, have to leave the United States. With the British abolitionists already trying to establish a colony for free black people that's up in Britain, and they moved Indians from America over to Britain. So they also trying to get them up out of England, and they established what we now know as Sierra Leone, another country that they say that we come from on the west coast of Africa. A few prominent American statesmen and reformers took note and began their own movement to build a colony for free Black migrants on the coast of Africa. All right, so hopefully y'all are seeing what's going on here. All right, what else we got? What else we got about this American Colonization Society? All right. The roots of the colonization movement date back to various plans that were first proposed in the 18th century. Okay, from the start, colonization of free blacks in Africa was an issue on which both whites and blacks were divided. Some blacks, okay, the Indians, supported immigration because they thought that Black Americans would never receive justice in the United States. Not that they thought they was from there, but anyway, others believe that African Americans should remain in the United States to fight against slavery and for full legal rights as Americans. Okay. Some whites saw that colonization was a way of ridding the nation of the Indians. Oh, excuse me, blacks. While others believed Black Americans would be happier in Africa, where they could live free of racial discrimination. Or maybe you can get your ass up out of here, so you don't have to deal with the people that you hate so much. Anyway, still others believe Black American colonists could play a central role in Christianizing and civilizing Africa, because we damn sure did that. I'm sorry, y'all, but um we're not hunter gatherers. We're agriculturalists and we are builders. Okay? Farmers and masons. All right. We was the ones that helped them boys that call themselves Freemasons and free gardeners. We was the ones that taught them boys that. We gave them degrees. So we're not hunter gatherers. That's one of the differences between us and the natives of Africa, because they were migrant hunter gatherer populations, and they were not agriculturalists and they were not builders, which is why you don't see much growing over there in Africa today. You don't see much being built up in Africa today. So yeah, what else we got here? Because we running down on these sources, and I'm gonna share everything with y'all so that y'all can read these things more extensively later on. So more information about Robert Finley and his American Colonization Society. It says here, the American Colonization Society, founded in 1816 to assist free Black people in immigrating to Africa, was the brainchild of Reverend the Honorable Reverend Robert Finley, a Presbyterian minister from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Check this out. Finley believed that Blacks would never be fully integrated into American society, and that they would only be able to fulfill their potential as human beings in Africa, the land of their fathers. Y'all. He saw colonization as a charitable work. Oh, one that would benefit American Blacks and Africans alike through the spreading of Christianity to Africa. And he thought that it would prompt a gradual end to slavery. I mean, the hijack is so sick. It is sick. These are the land of their fathers. Sharice.
Yes, girl.
Girl.
Girl. Yeah. Little black girl. What's going on? Okay, saying the girls is from Africa, trying to set. Ooh, see, I don't like the American Colonization Society. I don't like the whole idea behind it, the whole notion behind it, this whole idea that, you know, I think the 1800s, like, I mean, going all the way up until that point, it was just some weird time in history, because how are they just trying to put people in Africa?
Listen, I'm finna pull something up real quick, cause
And most people didn't even want to go. They
ain't
didn't
all of
they
this
didn't want to go to
language
Liberia. Are they serious?
ain't all of this language about the land of their fathers and all of that. Even when we were watching a movie, he was talking about Africa is supposed to be the home of Adam, the first man, and supposed to be the language of our father. That's kind of reminding me of the out of Africa theory a little bit, Kind of
Mm-hmm.
remind me of this guy right here. Sir Francis Galton.
Yes.
Let's read the wiki on him. So, Sir Francis Galton, and check the dates, y'all. Check the dates. 1822 to 1911
Yeah,
was a
girl, I'm sorry, before you read, because
uh-huh.
all of them, him, the Boazes of the world, all of these men were responsible, in my opinion, for propagating this whole African narrative based off of their visuals, whatever they saw. It's insanity. But carry on, sis.
And you know what? I'm going to go further. It was more than just what they saw, it was what they needed. See, this is an agenda. What they need at this time is for them to have America. They need America to be their homeland. They need America to be the land of their fathers, their country. So the agenda is, we gotta somehow disconnect these folks from this land. So we need to come up with a scheme to make them think that not just them, but make the whole world think that they are from somewhere else. So Africa, that's got black people on it. Maybe we can say that these Americans are actually from Africa. So now they're coming up with this pseudoscience to fit their agenda. So Sir Francis Galton, who you can bet was a part of that American Colonization Society, he gonna call up his cousin, this dude. Hold on. He gonna call up his cousin, this one here, Charles Darwin. Hey, cuz, hey, you know we trying to get these Indians up off of America, right? So we need you to come up with some science, man, so we can convince the whole world that these Americans is actually from Africa. Can you come up with some? Yeah, cuz I got you. I listen. Hey, so I got an idea, right, for this theory of evolution, right? That's gonna say that the first man came up out of Africa and 3,000 years ago. And we gonna say that, he eventually evolved, right, to look like the modern man. But when you actually see these folks, you don't never see a black person anyway. But so we gonna make these folks think that this monkey ape thing became the modern man, and that's Adam, and he came up out of Africa, and then we gonna tell everybody that black people is from Africa, and they that monkey man, and yeah, and we gonna say that this is the reason why these American Indians is actually from Africa. All right, cuz, that sound real good, cuz. So as you can see, these eugenicists, they came up with the whole science to make you African. and they were a part of the American Colonization Society. Okay. It's so much. It's a lot. But next, what we got next? What we got next? I think I done got rid of my darn Google document.
Girl, why was I talking the whole time?
You was on mute.
What's going on here? Anywho, it was not about to say ignoring me. Hell no, let me go list. It's me. I thought I was unmuted all of this time. That's crazy. Okay. So yeah, like the whole idea of this American Colonization Society, originally what I thought it was that, if people wanted to go to Liberia, if that was their choice, if that was something they wanted to do, then they could very much go over there and, colonize that part of the land and take it for their own. But I know there was a lot of pushback against that. A lot of pushback against that. And there's a reason why. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. Our folks ain't never been no Africa. They not no African. They knew that. And they didn't have any reason.
Exactly.
If they wanted to go to Africa, they would have did it a long time ago.
I want to show this image. I want to show y'all this image. This ain't our story. The man wasn't completely wrong with this theory. But do y'all see one of us in this? Can y'all see the screen? Okay. Y'all can see the screen. Do y'all see any of us in this? What I see is the monkey man becoming a white man. Okay. That's what I'm seeing. And they did come up out of, some caves near Northern Africa, and they going back in them. You know what a dome is, right? Deep underground military base. They building them cities. Y'all watch Paradise on Hulu. That's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, these people created an entire science to convince people that we belong in Africa. Okay. And that's what people use to this day. Well, they say that all people are from Africa. Well, you know that all Black people come from Africa. The lies that they tell. The lies that they tell. All right. So now we understand what the American Colonization Society is. We are going to get into what they were actually doing to get us up out of here. All right. So we got this source here where it's talking about Abraham Lincoln, right? And what he was proposing to do with us. So it's Abraham Lincoln, who was the new wartime president, having long been convinced that Negroes and whites could not live together on a footing of equality, had advocated, and that's because they're trying to take our damn land, had advocated that free Negroes should go elsewhere. He believed that all free people of color, if they desired to go, should be colonized in a climate suitable for them. That Lincoln fully understood the gravity of the Negro problem in America may have been seen from his following words contained in his annual message of December 3rd, 1861. Right there at the cusp of the Civil War. Anyway, on this whole proposition, including the appropriation of money with the acquisition of territory, does not the expediency amount to absolute necessity, that without which the government itself cannot be perpetuated? So basically, y'all need to do this or you're going to cease to exist. Like, your whole existence and this whole government depends on getting these people up out of here, or at least getting them to think that they don't belong here. And ain't nothing changed. So He consistently connected the abolition of slavery with the resettlement of America's Negroes outside the United States. And this is significantly shown from his famous Emancipation Proclamation, where in the second paragraph of this most important declaration, he once again expressed his convictions concerning Negro colonization as follows: and that the effort to colonize persons of African descent with their consent upon this continent or elsewhere with the previously obtained consent of the governments there will be continued, revealing further his dedication to the subject of Negro immigration or elimination, if you ask me. Lincoln, in his second annual message on December 1st, 1862, proposed the following amendment to the United States Constitution. Ooh. Congress may appropriate money and otherwise provide for colonizing free colored persons with their own consent at any place or places without or outside of the United States. Like, come on, somebody. All right, here go Negroes. And this is when we get into Marcus Garvey. Negroes express their support of colonization. Marcus Garvey, the Black Moses, they want to call him, stands out among the members of his race as having been the greatest exponent of Negro immigration from the United States. Garvey believed in the physical separation of the races and thought the destiny of American Negroes lay in Africa, the home of their ancestors. In furtherance of his beliefs in Negro racial integrity, and his conviction that the Negro race should return to Africa to build a mighty civilization, Garvey became intensely active in the promotion of Negro repatriation. He organized the Universal Negro Improvement Association, which was dedicated to the resettlement of American Negroes in Africa, and which at one time reported a total of 6 million members. Y'all, this is the result of genocide. When you continue to teach generation after generation, new generations, that there's somebody other than what their previous generation was, you taking people away from their identity. And now you got 6 million people who don't know who the fuck they are. Okay? So to continue, to transport Negro immigrants to Africa, Garvey attempted to establish a steamship company called the Black Star Line. This company, unfortunately, never functioned as a result of Garvey's deportation to his native Jamaica following his release from a federal penitentiary, where he served part of his sentence under a conviction for what was considered to be a fraudulent use of the mails to sell stock in the Black Star Line. With Garvey no longer in a position to lead his repatriation movement, it greatly declined in strength and effectiveness. And y'all saw in the movie where all that money was going, all them goddamn expensive ass suits and uniforms and dresses and balls and parades and like none, like barely. Let me show y'all the Black Star Line. Clearly they ain't put no money into the damn ship. How you ain't gonna put no money into the ship that's supposed to get your ass over to Africa? That's crazy, man. Like what?
Yep.
Y'all look at this thing. Look at this thing. So the Black Star Line, it used to be called the Yarmouth. Get out of here, man. It used to be called the Yarmouth. Do y'all see this? And do y'all see all them people that got their ass on? Which one of y'all is ready to get up on this ship? It looked like it about to sink. Like no money at all was put into this, man. Like, how did I'm so glad that I'm so glad he actually got convicted, because if people would have got on this ship, it would have been a tragedy. It would have been worse than the Titanic, because this shit definitely would have sunk. Okay. It definitely would have sunk. Definitely. And I'm sorry, Sharice. I don't know if you had any.
You're great, girl. You know, I know how to take a seat. I know how to take a seat, girl.
Child, this is, ooh.
Mm-hmm.
We running it down. Okay. So we didn't got to Marcus Garvey now. So I wanted to get into this other source here. And Sharice, if you can share some of these links with the chat.
Absolutely.
So they can have these for their own study and arsenal.
Okay. All right. Let me highlight. Hold up. Okay, that's not the one that was just up there.
And as y'all can see, we are going to credible sources to find primary information. And that's how you have to do your research. You can't, you can use Google, because I use Google to find these sources, but you can't, just get any article or anything off of the internet. And even a lot of these sources gonna have a whole bunch of hijack, because after a certain period of time, the Indians aren't Indians anymore. They Negroes. They're Africans. They're Black. And that's what you're going to find in these books. But you also going to find the truth if you know what you're looking for. All right. I forgot what I was searching for in this one. Was it colonization?
I have to make sure that that's the right one.
Okay. Here we go. Talking about Sierra Leone. So this is just another source, where the author George Washington Williams was basically, going over the history of the Negro in America. And, he started it in 1619. And that sounds familiar to a lot of us. But he realized that our history went beyond 1619. And, he was also talking about the colonization of Africa and us forming the Sierra Leone country and Liberia. And these are countries that's in Africa right now that, got people thinking that this is something that Africans created. But no, this is something that Americans created. Americans colonized and civilized people in Africa. Americans brought those 642 crops that they say 600 of is indigenous to America, but it's more than that. Americans brought those crops over to Africa. Americans taught Africans how to farm. Americans taught Africans how to cook a lot of the dishes like jollof rice that they, everybody swear is Ghanaian or Nigerian, but red rice been cooked in South Carolina, but who the hell knows how long? Where's rice from? They tell you it's from Africa, but it's indigenous to America. Where's the tomato from that make it red? It's from America. So how the hell is it that Africans had jollof rice or red rice before Americans did? Because it ain't true. Okay.
Purses.
And hopefully I ain't moving too fast for y'all. But it's a lot of stuff that we just want to go through. All right, so Sharice, this was what I was telling you about, where different people from that time period were given their opinion on the American colonization of Africa. And we can go through this together. You want to start off with this one? So y'all can see what the folks was saying. The folks
Girl, I'm gonna quit my eyes.
Hold on. Ooh, let me make it bigger. My bad.
Lego, sis.
You got it.
Yeah, there we go. That's much better. All right. Yes, look at
Show
that.
y'all the map and stuff, so y'all see the map. All right.
All right.
Do it.
Where you want me to just start taking from the top?
Yeah, I guess let's
because I know
let's get the introduction and then we can go into the different stories.
Awesome. All right. Immigration and colonization, the debate among African Americans, child, 1780s to 1860s. From the earliest years of the independent American Republic to its final years of Civil War, the issues of immigration and colonization bred vehement debates among African Americans. Should freemen stay in the United States to promote abolition, or head west to settle in California and other territories, or north to join the communities of fugitive slaves in Canada, or east across the Atlantic to support the colonies for freed slaves established in West Africa? The fuck? Should Black activists align with white abolitionists to support colonization, or create their own organizations to advocate for the enslaved? The multifaceted debate is captured in these excerpts from 30 documents, including speeches, essays, letters, and newspaper editorials. How did the founding of the American Colonization Society in 1817 affect the debate? The creation of Liberia in 1822. The independence of Liberia in 1847. The Fugitive Slave Law of 1850. The approach of Civil War in the late 1850s. The prospect of general emancipation in the early 1860s. 1787, we can just start at the top. Anthony Taylor, Newport, Rhode Island, fundraising letter, January 1787, excuse me, you all. As president of the Free African Union Society, a mutual benefit organization of free Blacks in Newport, Anthony Taylor sends the letter to the potential white supporters of an African colony for free Blacks. Sir, our earnest desire of returning to Africa and settling there has induced us further to trouble you in order to convey a more particular idea of our proposal, that a number of men from among ourselves shall be sent to Africa to see if they can obtain by gift or purchase lands sufficient to settle upon. And if such land can be obtained, then some of these men shall return and bring information. The company then shall go without their wives and children to make preparation for their families. The plan is agreeable to us, but we are unable to prosecute it for what? Child, stop. Keep beeping. I'm sorry, y'all.
You good?
That's such a distraction sometimes. Okay, anyway. That a number of our men among ourselves shall be sent to Africa to see if they can obtain by gift or purchase land sufficient enough to settle upon. And if such land can be obtained, then some of these men shall return and bring information. The company then shall go without their wives and children to make preparation for their families. The plan is agreeable to us, but as we are unable to prosecute it for want of money, this is the only reason of our troubling our superiors for assistance. This is the only reason we would afford it.
So clearly he was with it. Anthony Taylor. Yeah.
He was with it,
Union Society.
Yeah, but he was with it, but they barely had the money to do it. And then you were just going to take the land?
Exactly. And that was pointed out in the movie when the man came in there and they got pissed off at him because he told them that they ain't have the money, they didn't have the support, they didn't have the approval and the permission of the people that was in Africa. So you can't get it done. And they got mad and told him to, get the hell on. But yeah, like this is very, very real. It's very, very real. Okay. All right. Paul Cuffey had something to say, and Paul Cuffey
Mm.
is always,
Always getting
always
brought
in this
up.
conversation. Always. Paul Cuffey, everybody knows was an Indian. But anyway, 1816, when he wrote a letter to William Allen on April 1st, Paul Cuffey said, "Dear friend William Allen, the people I took over," and we all know that Paul Cuffey was. Let me read the little
Yeah,
excerpt.
that excerpt up there.
Paul Cuffey, a free so-called African American, but we're gonna say a free American, okay? Because we dodging the hijack today.
Okay.
A businessman, y'all, in Massachusetts, who built a successful shipbuilding firm. So, was did I just say that they was building them ships over here in America?
In
Okay.
1816. Come on now. Talk
Okay.
about it.
Let go. Okay.
Yeah.
He supported the British colony for freed slaves in the West African region of Sierra Leone. In this letter to a white British abolitionist in London, he reports on his trip to Sierra Leone with 38 other American adults and children. Cuffey returned to Massachusetts and died a year later. He probably caught fucking malaria or some shit. But anyway, dear friend William Allen, the people I took over were all common laborers. They are inclined to cultivate the land. Listen, y'all, to make trial with tobacco for the present year. Tobacco Indians, y'all. 5 of them has about 10 acres of ground cut away. One has undertaken to work the governor's plantation. The 7th to farm for one of the citizens. The 8th to farm with the Congo people. So the 8th one teaching the Congo folks how to farm. As is as he is one of the nation, so called, a little out of Sierra Leone. He intends to go to Congo. The 9th is a native of Senegal. Senegal is also an American colony and thinks of getting to Senegal. As to my opinion in rendering the chiefs friendly toward civilization, I recommend opening roads from tribe to tribe with their consent and establishing factories. Where's look at Paul Cuffey, the businessman, the Indian sea navigator, talking about we need to grow crops and start factories to manufacture and make those crops into other products like growing sugar cane and making sugar or molasses or rum. Where's all that being done, y'all? It's not in Africa, it's in America. Or growing tobacco and making cigars and tobacco snuff and cigarettes. We're the ones that farm and we're the ones that build the industries that are based on that Africa, that the agriculture. So making presents to the chief only helps to whet their appetite for more. If these factories were in different places with such articles as they needed, it would help to make them more industrious. So this is an industrious Negro, okay? We are the people that are industrious and started all these different industries that Europe did not have. So for all them that's, trying to act like they invented all of these different things, no the hell you didn't. What you did was found all these inventions over here in America. You found them in mounds. You stole them from the people that you were contemporary with. You reverse engineered the shit that you found in the mounds and then ran to the patent office and said that you made it. But that's not a here nor there. And Sharice, while you read the next one, I'll be right back.
Okay. James Fortin, letter to Paul Cuffey, 25th January 1817. Excerpts. James Fortin, a free Black businessman in Pennsylvania and a supporter of Cuffey's plans, describes a meeting of Black leaders opposed to colonization. Later that year, a group of white abolitionists formed the American Colonization Society with the goal of creating a West African colony for free Blacks, realized with the founding of Liberia in 1822. Esteemed friend, I must now mention to you that the whole continent seems to be agitated concerning colonizing the people of color. Indeed, the people of color here was very much frightened. At first, they were afraid that all the people would be compelled to go, particularly in the southern states. We had a large meeting of free people. Oh shit. Sorry, y'all. We had a large meeting of males at the Reverend R. Allen's, and I'm assuming here they're talking about Reverend Richard Allen. I'm assuming, I'm not sure, but it just says Reverend R. Allen's church the other evening. 3,000 at least attended, and there was not one soul that was in favor of going to Africa. They think that the slaveholders wants to get rid of them so as to make their property more secure. However, it appears to me that if the Father of all mercies is in this interesting subject, for it appeared that they all think that something must and ought to be done, but do not know where or how to begin, that way will be made straight and clear. We, however, have agreed to remain silent as the people here, both white and color, are decided against the measure. My opinion is that they will never become a people until they come out from amongst the white people. But as the majority is decidedly against me, I am determined to remain silent, except as to my opinion, which I freely give when asked. So guys, as we can see here, we already know that obviously this whole idea of Africa and going back there, people were not here for that. Now we know some people did go over to Liberia, and some folks did take that opportunity, or whatever they want to classify it as or look at it as, right? Some type of opportunity to go over there and do this. But you all have to understand that it was a lot of our people who was not in favor of that. I mean, and just to even put it in even deeper context, for them to even say they think that the slaveholders wants to get rid of them so as to make their property more secure. I just find, like, what? So it's crazy. Like, they were over it. They were over it. And I think that's great that some people was pushing back towards this idea. You know what I'm saying? Because that we be over there for real.
Yeah, and like the more we read, the more we actually gonna get into people that wasn't having it. I guess I'll read the next one. All right, 1818, Abraham Camp, letter to Elias B. Caldwell on July 13th, 1818, where the idea of colonization did appeal to Black Americans. It did so on the basis of possibly offering a practical alternative to a life of continual humiliation. So these people are not doing this because they think that they from Africa. They trying to escape these people that's, literally pushing them off the land. Like, they're just trying to survive. Indicative of this minority sentiment is the letter written by Abraham Camp, an Illinois free Black, on July 13th, 1838 to Elias, 1838 or 18, to Elias B. Caldwell, Secretary of the Colonization Society. All right, it says, I am a free man of color. I have a family and a large connection to the free people of color residing to the Wabash River. Y'all look into that.
Mm-hmm.
That's those are Indians. Anyway,
Yeah,
who
it's interesting though how and not to cut you off, sis, but just how
you
they've
good?
usurped the term people of color and how they've
Mhm.
made even people of color a universal term when we
Mhm.
know that the colored people was who?
Yes, the American
It's
Aboriginal.
crazy. It's like,
The
come on now,
copper
people of
colored
color
people.
and DEI problems in the first place because of this crap.
Yes. Come on. Come
Girl, don't
on,
get me
bring it
started.
360.
Come on now.
Come
And
on, bring it
let's
around
talk about
town.
it. I got so upset, girl, because at the White House, I saw a flag. So the flag is rainbow, but then the flag also has black, the color black, and then the color brown.
Oh yeah, that shit.
Whoop, kind of. I said, you know what? I ain't gonna say nothing.
Mm-hmm,
I ain't gonna say nothing. But
mm-hmm.
yeah, man, we have to
And they got
understand.
the little light pink and light blue for trans and all that.
Mhm.
The
That little
hijack.
flag cut up. I said, "Oh, look at this." I said, "Not them." Ooh, and even down to like the BPOC, the Black Indigenous people. What else? Whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
BIPOC,
all of that outrageous.
ADOS,
All,
FBA.
all of
Like,
it.
damn, those are more fucking classifications that we gotta add to the list.
It's true.
Y'all got to stop. Stop it. Stop.
I'm
But
telling you. Go ahead, sis. I just wanted to point that out. Like, even when I was reading, I'm like, wow, people of color. That's all I keep seeing. And now,
yes, you
if
gonna see
someone
it
was
some
to read
more.
this today, if they were thinking from a 2025 mindset, they think that they were referring to all of these other people that call
Yes.
themselves a colored
Yes.
person. So it's mind blowing.
People
So that's why
of
we have to
color.
break it down. Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna start back. I am a free man of color. Have a family and a large connection of free people of color residing on the Wabash River. Research that, y'all. Who are all willing to leave America whenever the way shall be opened. We love this country and its liberties if we could share an equal right in them, but our freedom is partial, and we have no hope that it ever will be otherwise here. Therefore, we had rather be gone, though we should suffer hunger and nakedness for years because they ain't got shit over there. Your honor may be assured that nothing shall be lacking on our part in complying with whatever provision shall be made by the United States, whether it be to go to Africa or some other place. We shall hold ourselves in readiness, praying that God, who made man free in the beginning, and who by his kind providence has broken the yoke from every right of America, would inspire the heart of every true son of liberty with zeal and pity to open the door of freedom for us also. Do you see what Christianity and colonization did to these people's minds? We see it today.
Okay.
Lord have mercy.
Christianity, man, convert or die. Doctrine of discovery.
Oh my
Don't get me
word.
started, man. That stuff being we talk about the 1800s, and we talking about a Christianity religion that's as early as the 1500s, 1400s that comes through Roman Catholicism and all of these things. And it's very interesting that our folks took on that. I mean, I understand why though, because of the land being usurped and everything, but still, come on now. I can see how influential Christianity is in our community, period. Just overall, as so-called Black Americans, you know what I mean? Like it really does reign supreme. But go ahead.
You want to read the next one?
Oh, certainly. 1820, Daniel Coker, letter to Jeremiah Watts, April the 3rd, 1820. Funded by the American Colonization Society, Daniel Coker and 84 other free so-called African Americans immigrated to the British colony of Sierra Leone in 1820, where Coker served as the Methodist missionary. Writing to his brother in Baltimore, he described his arrivals and encourages his brother to join him in Africa. Dear brother, this comes to inform you of my good health and safe arrival in Africa. When I wrote to my wife, I did not expect to get time to write you too. And so I have gave my love to you in her letter. But having just returned from a visit to one of the kings with the agent and finding the ship not gone, I snatched this passing moment to inform you that I have seen and passed through strange things since I last saw you. Oh, my brother and sister, how great a work this is, or how great a work is this? The millions in this land are the thousands in America, and the thousands unborn are deeply interested in it. I can say that my soul cleaves to Africa in such a manner as to reconcile me to the idea of being separated from my dear friends and comforts of a Christian land. But I confess, when I think of you all, it is as much as I can bear. But my brother and sister, if we don't meet soon in this life, we may still meet in heaven. I expect to give my life to bleeding, groaning, dark, benighted Africa. Child, I, I expect to pass through much if I shall live. I shall rejoice to see you in this land. It is a good land. It is a rich land. And I do believe it will be a great nation and a powerful and worthy nation. But those who break the way will suffer much. If you ask my opinion as to coming out, I say, let all that can sail out and come and bring ventures to trade. And you may do much better than you could possibly do in America and not work half so hard. I wish that thousands were here and had goods to trade with. Bring about two hogsheads, bring about two hogsheads of good leaf tobacco, cheap calico, and cheap handkerchiefs, pens, knives, and forks, pocket knives, etc. With these, you may buy land, hire hands, or buy provisions. I say, come. The land is good. D. Coker.
Child, he about the only one that's gonna say that. He about the only one that's gonna say that. Like there are pockets in West Africa where you have fertile land, but West Africa has what they call terra firma, which is firm land. It's kind of hard to get through it. It's a lot of clay. Um, what we was growing on, the black land is called terra preta. Like that's the land that's gonna yield you the most, and you have to make terra preta. And the people that know how to make terra preta is the American, the agriculturalist, the farmer. So yeah, let's see what the next one say. 1826, Newport Gardner, Akramar, Miracle. Statement of or Okram, whatever. Statement of immigrating to Liberia, 1826. Captured in Ghana as a teenager, they say. Newport Gardner eventually gained his freedom and co-founded the Free African Union Society. Oh, that's what that was. In Newport, Rhode Island. See 1787. Okay, so in 1826, he returned to Africa with other free blacks settling in the new colony of Liberia. Why ain't go to Ghana? Anyway, his response because I'm like, wait a minute now. How old is he? Because if you were kidnapped in Ghana as a teenager, like your family, like was all your family taken or was it like Roots where they only like captured Kunta and his family was left behind? Because I'm like, you should be returning to your home, right?
But instead he's immigrating to Liberia.
Instead of returning home. Okay. So His response on boarding the ship was described in the memoir of the life and character of Samuel Hopkins, 1830. Wasn't that the 12 years a slave guy? Sound real familiar. Anyway, so one aged black was among the number who seemed to be filled with almost youthful enthusiasm for the cause. I go, he exclaimed, to set an example to the youth of my race. I go to encourage the young. They can never be elevated here. I have tried it 60 years. It is in vain. Could I, by my example, lead them to set sail and I die the next day? I should be satisfied. So he is what, 60 something, kidnapped as a teenager. His family, might be going on, but should he be trying to see first? Like, should he be trying to find their family? That's just weird to me.
Yeah, that he would just all of a sudden just up and immigrate to, they might be making that, they might be slicing that one.
And like, it's nothing here about, they took me from Ghana, they took me from Africa when I was, a young man. And I'm, trying to find, no, that's not the statement that is shared here. So that's sus. That's real sus.
Yeah, and I'm also dropping the links in the chat, guys, so y'all can have those sources as well.
All right. Guess I'll read the next one. 1828.
Say, if you want to, you want to rotate, we can rotate it, sis. It's no problem.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Thomas Jennings, a free black businessman in New York City and an abolition activist, expresses the widespread anti-colonization sentiment of many African Americans. We are Americans, not Africans. Our claims are on America. It is the land that gave us birth. It is the land of our nativity. We know no other country. It is a land in which our fathers have suffered and toiled. They have watered it with their tears and fanned it with sighs. Our relation with Africa is the same as the white man's is with Europe, only with this difference. The one immigrated voluntarily, the other was forced from home and all its pleasures. We have passed through several generations in this country, and consequently, we have become naturalized. Our habits, our manners, our passions, our dispositions have become the same. I might as well tell the white man about England, France, or Spain, the country from whence his forefathers immigrated, and call him a European. As for him to call us Africans, the argument will hold as good as as for him to call us Africans, the argument will hold as good in the one case as the other. Africa is as foreign to us as Europe is to them.
Look, period.
Okay.
Like, it's a little hijack in there because
it's a lot of hijack. Yeah, but
11 years after Robert Finley, talking about Africa is the land of the black people. This is the home of your father. So, people eating that up.
And what's interesting is he wrote right in here too, it is the land of our nativity. And we're talking about 1828. And then they're going to turn around and put a law in place called the Naturalization Act of 1870, trying to claim that we are of some type of African nativity. Diabolical ass work. And we continue to see them change and change it, change the history, change it. Up. Let's put it in law that they Africans.
Like we are still making these same arguments today. If y'all want to call us African, you're gonna have to call yourself European.
Period.
Because we've been here longer than most of y'all. All y'all Ellis Island babies and you Cabbage Patch kids. We've been here generations.
Literally.
Y'all. And that's just if we was to accept that we came from somewhere else, if we was to accept that we actually came from Africa, we still been here longer than y'all. So how in the hell is you gonna call us African American and call yourself American? Come on now,
And
clearly.
that's what I hate about these documents, Sav. I hate that. I hate the hijack.
Yeah.
Because it's like, why are you pushing African American in there when you know that is not what they were being called back then? This is what I don't get. It's like, stop. You look, if people can't comprehend, they just can't. But call it what it really was, and not you guys putting modern day terms on these type of documents. This is not cute.
And you can always tell because they're gonna have what these people actually said in quotations, but their opinion,
Their
is not gonna be.
opinion.
And that's just what it is. These people got their own biases because of everything that we are learning in the education systems that was created by the same kind of people, eugenicists that want America for themselves and that are basically enacting genocide on the American people so that they can have the land for themselves. Everybody around the world is learning the same bullshit. Everybody.
Yep. And if you don't have the discernment, you know what I'm saying, to really be able to decipher what's actually being said and how they are trying to insert this type of identity on us, you know what I'm saying? It's bananas. I think that not even outside of them trying to assert African identity, this was just more so them trying to get us up out of here, period.
Yeah.
This didn't even have nothing to do with whether or not we were from there, but the fact that, oh, there's land available over there. Let's go. All of y'all go over there.
Yeah, y'all go over there. They ain't doing nothing.
Yeah. Come on now, y'all not doing nothing when we done built the whole jump. We done built the whole jump from scratch. You just heard so Lena said we built the buildings, the civilization, everything. We were the planters, the farmers. God damn it! I mean, do I have to go on? Because come on now, I want us to be able to get to a place where we can see what happens. People can always say, yeah, they be lying about this. They lying about everything but this, though. They lied about
everything but this. Listen, child, it be getting on my nerve because I be seeing all these people around social media, all on YouTube, TikTok, want to talk about aliens and the Anunnaki and Tartaria. It's like y'all want to talk about all this, want to talk about truth and being woke. Y'all want to talk about truth.
It won't talk about it
until we get to this point. Okay.
And then who
y'all want to talk about truth?
Who are the original Tartarians? Come on now, stop it.
Y'all want to talk about Tartaria until you get to motherfucking identifying who the Tartarians actually
Who are the Tartarians? Okay, because I even heard Putin say it. Who are the Tartarians?
Man, and now we got the done coming out telling y'all who the original people are.
Okay. Stop this nonsense, man. I want us to really, really be able to open up our minds, family, and to everybody that's going to listen back who may not have ever heard this information before, man. I know it might blow your top back, but trust and believe, man, these folks have lied. And I just feel so bad for our people who have really been engulfed in this, have really put their energy into this. Hell, they done went and got citizenship and gone to Ghana.
Oh my God.
Some of them.
We're going to get into that too.
Because of all of this nonsense. It's crazy.
Oh, child.
Girl, anyway, honey, because they be stressing me out. And it's like, yeah, I can't waste my energy on the constant back and forth. It's sad that they would think that I'm crazy or I'm delusional about saying no. The so-called Black Americans have always been in America. They never snatched us from nowhere. They never beat a language out of you. I'm telling you, I was tearing those people up under that Vic Minster Bars video, tearing them up. You think for 1 second that they could just do that? Oh, so they're never like, yeah. So Sharice, are you Sharice or Your Highness or whatever? That's my Instagram, guys. They're like, yes. Yeah, so are you saying that they're lying about DNA? Are they lying? Yes, they're lying.
Exactly. It's always those questions, and I understand, but I don't.
Yes,
You
they
get
can't
me?
believe it. They can't believe that these people would lie. Why would they lie? Why wouldn't they?
But then when it's like
Why
I said
wouldn't they lie?
earlier, you accept these people to be your enemy, but surprised that they lied to you.
They be, I'm
Like,
telling you, straight devastated, honey.
child.
They be gone. I'm talking about shit. My little post had like 90 replies under it because that's how crazy it people really. I'm not gonna call them crazy because I just know it's just the level of ignorance that they don't really understand what's happening. That's all. They don't realize who we really are. They have not done enough research into it to really understand it, and instead they've engulfed themselves into a history that's flawed, a history that was written by the victors. And this is what I always tell people. And once they got control of the narrative and they got that pen, they've been messing it up and doing what they wanted ever since.
Reconstruction.
And they didn't think we was gonna go back and catch their tea. That's all. And we caught the tea. So, and the people who know, and that's why they hollering that stuff to the moons, to the ceiling, because it's important. What they like, it's important. We got Native Americans out here.
The whole world is Confederate against us.
Okay, cosplaying like they us.
Everybody want America.
And then they're telling us we're trying to take their identity. Oh, that we're ashamed. Oh, we hate ourselves. I mean, it's really, really sickening.
It's all the bullshit. All right, we're going to read the last two of these. Y'all can read more by clicking on the link.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so 1829, David Walker in Walker's appeal on September 1829 said, okay, in his well-known appeal for emancipation and if necessary, a mass slave rebellion. Ooh. David Walker, a freeborn Southern,
I said they been was kicking ass.
Listen,
I'm talking about all up and down this joint.
Y'all don't know what that Civil War really about. We're gonna get into that one day. But anyway.
Yes, we have to do a Civil War bill. Please.
Okay.
I mean, just please, so we can see how many of these white people were really the slaves and upset that they couldn't work next to us, couldn't work as good as us.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now. I always tell people when you think about the Civil War, do you think for 1 second that a white race, a people who are white, who believe that you were inferior to them, do you think that they would ever fight side by side with them? Why would they fight to free us from slavery? None of that makes sense.
These are eugenicists. Like, why would they care? They enslave you,
and then why
would they care to free you?
Help you get free and fight?
Like,
no, hell no. Hell no. Like anyway, we'll get into that. But anyway, sis, girl, because you already know. Because we doing good. Shoot, going on 5 hours. Yes, they're gonna have a lot of content. Mm-hmm.
Most definitely. And we're gonna have to.
We might have to get them.
Have to do a part 2. Okay.
Oh,
y'all might have to get a part 2 because.
Oh, we gonna get a part 2.
This shit is deep.
It is.
It's deep. All right, so David Walker, a freeborn Southern American, rejects the quote unquote colonizing trick of white abolitionists. But to return to the colonizing trick, our friends who've been imperceptibly drawn into this plot, I view with tenderness and would not for the world injure their feelings. And I have only to hope for the future that they will withdraw themselves from it. For I declare to them that the plot is not for the glory of God, but on the contrary, the perpetuation of slavery in this country, which will ruin them and the country forever unless something is immediately done. So he thought that it was a trick to keep your ass in further subjugation to these people.
Mm-hmm.
You can read this last one and we're going to move on.
All right, y'all. 1830, Reverend Peter Williams addressed New York City in his 4th of July address in St. Philip's AME Zion Church, delivered for the benefit of the colored community of fugitive slaves in Wilberforce, Canada. Reverend Peter Williams disputes the notion that colonization in Africa offers a better future for African Americans than in Africa. They are so annoying for
In
that
America.
America part. The African American is just annoying me. But
Yes,
it is. It really sucks that that they're going to write that in our history, and they we got to
But
stop.
shit changing. They can't do this shit no more because that's a whole nother conversation. But
I'm telling you, much has
things
also
is different now. The tables and turn.
Yes, it is. Yes, it has. I'm telling you, and they don't even see how much this is going to work together for our good. They don't even see how much it's going to really work together.
Hold on, Enoch want us to finish it, so I guess we
sorry,
should
Enoch. All right. Oh, he wants us to finish this last. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He at least want us to go to the 1862 part.
Okay. Much has also been said by colonizationists about improving the character and condition of the people of color of this country by sending them to Africa. This is more inconsistent still. We are to be improved by being sent far from civilized society. This is a novel note of improvement. What is there in the burning sun, the arid plains, and the barbarous customs of Africa? I'm sorry.
And they trying to tell you something.
He cooked them. Talk about the burning sun, child. Bye. What are we gonna do there? It's hot as shit, basically. Okay,
not enough here,
girl. Child. Anyway, I just thought that was hilarious. My bad. The arid plains and barbarous customs of Africa that is so peculiarly favorable to our improvement. What hinders our improving here? Where schools and colleges abound, where the gospel is preached at every corner, and where all the arts and sciences are verging fast to perfection. Nothing but prejudice. It requires no large expenditures, no hazardous enterprises to raise the people of color in the United States.
Pause real quick. It requires no large expenditures and no hazardous enterprises, like the kind that they propose to have, gone through to get us over here from Africa. Oh, child, I'm sorry. I just had to point.
Girl, as you should. As you should. Girl, the first sentence already had me cracking up. So I said, wait, he said, child, it is hot and it is terrible over here. Why would we want to do that? When we've been here improving this nation, improving this land, creating the school, advancing science and art. I mean, come on now.
This is come on, man. This is hilarious.
Man, he ate them up. That's what he did. Okay. All right, hold up. It requires no large expenditures, no hazardous enterprises to raise the people of color in the United States to as highly improved a state as any class of the community. All that is necessary is that those who profess to be anxious for it should lay aside their prejudice and act towards them as they do by others. We are natives of this country.
Ooh, and bold. Ooh, all caps.
Okay, letting y'all know. Yeah, this is we are on our land. And shoot, not even just natives, honey. This is our land, originals.
Okay.
We ask only to be treated as well as foreigners. Not a few of our fathers suffered and bled to purchase its independence. Not a few of our fathers suffered and bled to purchase its independence. We ask only to be treated as well as those who fought against it. We have toiled to cultivate it and to raise it to its present prosperous condition. We ask only to share equal privileges with those who come from distant lands to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Let moderate requests be granted, and we need not to go to Africa nor anywhere else to be improved and happy. Let these moderate requests be granted, and we need not to go to Africa nor anywhere else to be improved and happy. We cannot but doubt the purity of the motives of those persons who deny us these requests and will send us to Africa to gain what they might give us at home. Bro, he's cooking so bad. Ooh, I mean, I'm trying to keep it together. But they say the prejudice of this country against us are invincible, and as they cannot be conquered, it is better that we should be removed beyond their influence. This plea should never proceed from the lips of any man who professes to believe that just a God rules in the heavens. Uh-oh. Who they talking about? Uh-huh.
Oh my word. What his name was?
Y'all Christians that believe it. Cut the shit.
Realm.
Reverend Peter Williams. First of all, so shout out to Reverend Peter Williams, your descendants, all of y'all.
Oh my word.
Oh my stars.
He gave the word, child. And that church that day, St. Philip's, y'all heard a word. Y'all heard a word on this day.
So, trying to play with us. And I love it because we had some people who was not going for that.
Oh, child.
They trying to force this.
I said he cooked and ate.
Girl, he ate it down.
Oh.
That's why I said, oh snap. He's snapping on that. It's not giving us to Africa when we done built everything here. It's not giving that. I know people can understand it, but I'm saying it. Okay, that's what he's saying.
He said, "We are natives of this country. We ask only to be treated as well as the foreigner." Bitch,
okay,
y'all is a goddamn foreigners treating us like we damn foreigners, and then want to act like y'all the damn originals. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy work. Lord have mercy. Oh boy, he preached the word that day, Reverend. Okay.
I love that one. Rev ate it up.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's probably my favorite one.
Yeah, he ate that down. Yes.
All right. What James Fortin got to say? All right, 1831, James Fortin in a letter to William Lloyd Garrison.
Oh, period.
On February. You know him? William Lloyd Garrison?
Mm-hmm.
What he did?
Mm-hmm.
Because I gotta research him.
Yeah, hold on. But William Lloyd Garrison is definitely
so he was anti-colonization.
Yeah.
Anti-colonization. All right, let me read this real quick. And after, I guess you show what you got on him.
He was an abolitionist, so you already know.
Oh,
and I don't know. So he was an abolitionist, and most of the time, you know, it used to be these things around abolitionists. Some people like some abolitionists, some people didn't like abolitionists. You know, I think his role was just more so just anti-slavery, like that kind of thing. So I know they just wanted to emancipate most of the enslaved people. And I know he was one of the ones that was really for that type of rhetoric as well. So, I mean, maybe they were coming at him because of his abolitionist views. And I couldn't even say coming at him, but probably just trying to bring more clarity to what's going on.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, he's just an abolitionist that they were writing to. Yeah.
All right. By 1831, James Fortin had become an opponent of re-Africanization, distrusting the motives of the American Colonization Society as he should. In this letter to the white abolitionist and anti-colonizationist Garrison, Fortin reviews the growing opposition. I am greatly astonished that the ministers of the gospel should take so active a part in endeavoring to convey free men of color to Africa. Instead of doing this, they should endeavor to remove prejudice.
Come on.
Improve the condition of the colored people by education and by having their children placed in a situation to learn a trade. I've never conversed with an intelligent man of color, not swayed by sinister motives, who was not decidedly opposed to leaving his home for the fatal climate of Africa.
I'm sorry. Come on, fatal. The last one said it was hot and barbarous. Child, now it's fatal. Listen,
but this man is saying that don't none of the smart people that's really using they God-given mind to think about this shit, and it's like, wait a minute. Ain't none of them like, okay, let's go with this. Yeah, we should leave here and go to Africa. No, they not with it. Okay.
Hell no. Bye-bye.
He say, I am well acquainted with all the masters of vessels belonging to this port of Philadelphia who've been to the coast of Africa. They all agree in representing is as one of the most unhealthy countries.
And here, hold on, sis, before I'll let you read that last paragraph first, and then I'll give my comment on this. Because if this idea of slavery is going on in the 1830s, they claim that slavery is still really going on illegally. But yet, you're trying to push all the free people of color to Africa? So were they slaves?
Yeah, it's weird as hell.
Or what the fuck? I mean, excuse me. What the heck is going on here? Because
good.
Come on now.
It is weird as hell.
Yeah, like now. And if we talk about this, might be like 100 years later. What we talking about now? They claim the first time this ever happened a couple of 100 years later. But we're talking about the first time this happening is in quote 1619 from what they tell us. So if this was happening in 1619 and people were being imported in here like that, why don't these people have recollection of that? And why are they so against this?
Why are they so with these Europeans coming over here? If these same Europeans is the one that was capturing they folks.
Exactly. If they ever thought for 1 second they was African, I don't think they would have a problem with going.
Listen,
but our people knew who we were.
You're gonna run down on them.
Yeah, because enough is enough. Yes, and Enoch's, I'm gonna let her finish reading that last part. But Enoch's that link, I put the link in the chat, so you can take the link. Do what you will, and that's for everybody. Take this information.
Yes,
for real, man. Information ain't gonna be kept over here,
cause it ain't nothing but you only gonna find more. We ain't stopped finding shit yet.
Yes,
it never will. It's so much that's been hidden. So many things have been written and figurines and been sculpted and bones being dug up and hidden civilizations being found. Like the truth is coming to light, y'all.
Okay. And the girls is gonna come up off them reservations. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Y'all gonna go back to Siberia or something.
Something
out Mexico.
Finna recolonize y'all ass.
Y'all better look out. Don't be mad. I know why Trump is. I know why he up on him. I know why he up on him, and I'm not mad. I'm not mad at it. Oh, why he keep coming? Why he coming for Native Americans? I'm like, it's crazy because 2 + 2 don't make 4 to them. 2 + 2 don't make 4 to them. I said the language is clear. Indians. That is in the Constitution, not this idea of these quote Native Americans. That is the absolute difference.
They say they hate it being called Indian.
Baby.
They say they don't want to be called an Indian. Ain't that what they said?
Okay. Native American, not an Indian.
That energy. Keep that energy. Hey.
Not y'all lands, period. They done taught the wrong stuff. They done said this is the Native American lands. No, these are American Indian lands.
Hey.
Different copper-colored races of America. Period. You can't deny that. I don't even know how people were trying to debate copper-colored, tawny, any of that. Swarthy, any of those languages that defines a brown.
Not matching them today.
At all.
They don't look like Indians to me.
And they don't look like Indians to Indians.
And a billionaire such as Donald Trump, like all these other billionaires and millionaires who got private collections and who connected and they know this stuff. They're able to go to all these places in Europe, all these churches that got us painted on the walls or sculpted into the door frame. Do you hear me?
Yes.
They got Indians, real Indians now, sculpted into the fucking door frame. Okay? They got Indians painted on the ceiling, on the wall, sculpted in gold. These people with money know the truth. And Donald Trump is one of those people. He's also a president, which means that he holds the secrets of America. Okay? So all them folks that's, you know, at the highest level of American government, all of them know. All right, let me finish this statement from who this man was. James Fortin. Okay. I well remember that when the New England Regiment marched through this city on their way to attack the English army under Lord Cornwallis, there were several companies of colored people, as brave men as ever fought. And it's always what they say about our men who fight. They always say they the bravest, the brave hearts. A brave heart is an Indian. An Indian is a brave heart. Don't let Mel Gibson lying ass fool you.
Listen, he pissed me off. Apocalypto made me mad too.
Okay. Ooh, I got something coming for that one.
Because I watch that movie all the time. I really do. I said, because I know who it's really talking about.
Especially with them hairstyles that they, child, I got
don't get me started. That's what you think some little white boy was out there fucking it up in the jungle like that. You crazy. You crazy. Stop it. Stop.
Child.
You think he was out there killing it like that?
No. That guerrilla warfare is Indian shit. We are the guerrilla warriors, babe.
Period. And that's why our resilience reigns supreme now.
Yes, the maroons.
And that's what they scared of, man. They scared of that.
Come on.
They scared of that unity. And they know once, man, what? This our land for real? Man,
then what the name was Peter Williams. Didn't he say that we was the ones that they couldn't conquer? He said it somewhere in here. Somebody said that they couldn't conquer us. Oh yeah, but they say the prejudices of the country against us are invincible, as they cannot be conquered. We can't be conquered.
Exactly.
So y'all trying to move us away. You gotta indoctrinate our minds, make us think that we're from Africa, and then try to move us there. That's the only way that y'all can get the land, because you can't win. You can't beat us.
No,
you can't.
They can't do it now. To be honest,
okay.
You know, if they had what they have, you know, this would be an easy win-win. You know, this would be easy. They done made it hard because they done padded this paperwork.
Yes.
They padded it so bad. And then, you know, obviously our generations of people coming up, they were learning a different history.
Yep. Yes. And
people in Luther King Jr.'s era, all of that stuff. They were learning a different history about our people.
They wasn't learning about no transit. There was no transatlantic slave trade story. But
I would love to find a textbook from the 1960s.
Ooh, girl.
A history book.
I'm sure there's one. We need to search eBay or something.
Okay.
Because there's got to be one out there.
And see if somebody got one from back then. Because even down to some of the ones in the 1990s and stuff. Because my sister was telling me that one of the DC history books had nothing but copper colored
Indians. Yes, I heard the same thing. And then in the Indian red crayon color, they had to get rid of that, but you can still buy one on eBay. And then that doll, what was his name? Little Hawk.
He was too cute.
Did you see the date on that? That was 1999 that they made that.
Yep.
So it's like,
tell me y'all know who the true people is. Cut the cap. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear it.
Child, two different paradigms going on at the same time. These goddamn demons and they matrix that they didn't create it.
I'm telling you. And it's really weighed heavy on us, man. And it's gonna be hard to get our people out of this Africa mindset. It's crazy though, because it's like y'all don't even realize how many of our folks was against it.
And
They were against this.
We're reading like
examples. Even not reading the examples, we here now. We here now. So that proves that yeah, come on now, we still here. And now y'all want to run over there in 2025. Y'all take y'all colonizing asses on over there. Because that's what you're basically doing when you go over there.
Yes.
That's what you're doing.
You're colonizing.
Y'all, I'm telling you, I'll be writing that stuff up under people's stuff too. Because even someone made a comment yesterday, because I like their show and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? But I just felt like when he said that he felt like we needed to partner with Africa. Stop that. Why would we need to do that when they're all fleeing to come here?
Listen, don't make no sense.
We don't need
using your critical thinking.
I'm telling you, we don't need to do that. What we need to do is work on our minds.
Yeah, we don't
as
need
our people.
When I need help, I'm not finna go to somebody that don't know what the hell they doing.
Listen, they come up with their medicine education. I even heard I was on the phone with Mama Carly, and Mama Carly said a colleague of hers went to go teach in Africa, and they didn't want to learn their history. Who history did they want to learn
about us?
Okay, who did they want to learn about? Us. We've been influencing these folks, man. And you about to say we came from them when everything that we do, they're doing? That sounds like the opposite.
Oh man, it don't make no sense, y'all.
We ain't out here trying to buy no dashikis or none of that shit. I ain't seen all these African.
They ain't even make that shit no way. We made it.
Igbo. Won't y'all go learn some Igbo? Okay,
you ain't gonna find no native of Africa that wearing a damn dashiki.
Bro, they want to wear baseball caps and basketball caps and jerseys and shit. They want to put band-aids under their eyes so they could look like Nelly. Come on now, stop it. The Aboriginals, and he from St. Louis, so we know it ain't nothing but Indian blood right there. Come on now, badass sexy red for telling the truth. I mean, I like her, but she know her. She know who she is.
Yes, that's one thing about it. And shit, when Bernice got mad, and Bernice need to get mad at her daddy. But anyway, when Bernice got mad about that post Sexy Red made, did you see how humble and gracious Sexy was about that shit?
I love Sexy.
They got the most shit to say about her, but truly, Sexy Red actually embodies our culture, but a lot of people don't know about our culture. Like, have y'all not seen all the figurines who was walking around this bitch naked sometimes? Goddamn, we ain't gonna be out here in the goddamn heat of the fucking South in all these damn clothes, okay? Like, it's our culture. It's the culture to be sexy. We the sexiest woman on the motherfucker. So like, ain't nobody sexier than us.
And then for us to look at ourselves,
red, man.
Okay, if for us to look at ourselves as anything other than exotic and beautiful and ethnic in our own right is really it's really devastating. That they will look at other groups and find that to be some type of exotic look or some type of exotic features when they're walking amongst the most exotic women.
Come on, man.
That you can ever witness or ever see.
All shades of
they want to look like us.
All different phenotypes.
Everything.
All textures.
We got it all. We have it all. Body types.
The original woman, and everything comes out of us.
Don't ever forget it. Shoot, our men too. You know, y'all, they want to be us. They want to be us. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's so true. And it is just because of everything that we've done. Look at even this work that I'm glad our ancestors put this work in. I'm glad our ancestors put this work in so we can go and find it.
Yeah, so we can go and find it and do, what they couldn't continue on. We continuing it for them.
We are doing the ancestors' work here. I'm telling you. That's why this shit was hard. I know them was the ancestors, man.
Yeah.
Tell it, get up, get your channel. It don't matter who coming in. Do it. It don't matter. Start your stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Do it. I'm talking about on my back. researching. Look at, oh man, okay, this came on my mind. I gotta go research it now. Like,
Uh-huh.
girl, it's a mess. I literally, I know we got to get back to this so we can try to wrap it up. But I'm saying it's just this information, this whole paradigm, young, like the we're in the information age. You know, we need to come to a place where we want to know the truth. And the truth is going to take time to search for and dig for. But if you really want it, it's there. Because a lot of y'all don't. Yeah.
Like I be having, I talk to myself, and really I'm speaking to my spirit.
Yes. Because I know they're here.
Know without a shadow of a doubt in my soul, I understand.
Yes.
The words, ask and you will be answered.
Mm-hmm.
Knock and the door will open.
Mm-hmm.
Seek
and you shall find. And we got a bunch of white aliens telling us who we are. Diabolical work. That's why I wanted to point that out on when I was over there. Like, look, these people, aliens are free white people. The people that are naturalized are alien white people.
I mean, technically, yes, because
yes, it's on paper. It's on.
And that's the definition.
I showed it to him. You can't say nothing. I showed it. I showed it.
Definition. Why did they use that word and then turn around and use this word to describe someone from outer space, y'all?
Girl, they
words
be playing with us.
Words got significance.
Yeah,
okay.
They play with us. They play
grammar, spelling,
all of that.
Listen,
run-on sentences, boots.
This shit goes beyond some books and some papers, man.
Yep. You got to be able to, get that decipher, get that understanding, get your spirit right, get your mind right, so you can take all of this in, because it is a lot, family. And shout out to Saf, man. Saf doing her big one.
I appreciate you for coming on here with me.
And next time I'm gonna stream it over there today, ass. But I gotta take care of some stuff with that first and fix some stuff. I've been trying to keep my channel kind of chill because of everything, you know.
Yeah. And
so, it'll be gone on Sunday, and we can continue on whenever you're ready. But I think that this is so important that we recognize that our ancestors didn't go for just anything. They wasn't going like nothing. Okay. It may look like that in the present day, but we know for sure in 1830s and during that time period, even before this so-called Emancipation Proclamation bullshit, that's what I keep telling people. Who did the Emancipation Proclamation really free? Who did it really free? Y'all gotta come on, man. Y'all gotta come on. Y'all gotta think. If we got our ancestors talking like this, they're not saying we enslaved in America. We just hate it here so much and we want to go to Africa. That's not what they saying.
That's not what they saying. And if any of them was trying to go, they really just trying to escape persecution. They wasn't saying, "Oh, we going there because my grandmama is from there." And when they are saying that, this is supposed to be the land of the black people, it's because they got it from one Robert Finley, a damn colonizer.
Nasty.
Somebody trying to take the land. So yeah, y'all. We gonna come back when you think Sunday.
Yeah, that would be great. Actually, I think Sunday would be perfect because my birthday on Monday, girl. So we can just roll with it for real. And we can just keep building. And I'm excited because I said I was going to marathon on Sunday going into my birthday. So
yes, and shit, this is a great marathon because it's a marathon.
Long, yes. So we can really
we're still in the very beginning.
Okay, I was looking at the notes. I said, Lord.
Good. I don't know what I was thinking. I was gonna finish this thing. And
I saw all these links. I said, baby, we go out the
It's gonna be by maybe we might finish it during the marathon.
Yep. And we not gonna have no distractions, none of that. It's just gonna be straight teaching, straight history. If y'all don't
Yes.
like it, go take your ass somewhere
Straight
else.
history, no chaser.
Telling you, we not about to keep coming with y'all and playing with y'all about what's really going on
Not
here
at
about this
all.
information. Like I'm not
Not at
entertained. I
all.
can't speak for Sav. Sharice is
Oh,
not
no.
entertaining.
Oh,
No
you can
more of
speak for
that.
me. You can speak for me.
Oh, yeah, and neither is my sister. We're not entertaining anything else any further. Don't ask me for a
I said
debate.
those
I do
days
not want a
are
debate. We just care about encouraging and also enlightening our people about the truth.
Yeah, the
'Cause
truth.
that's what matters. This is about the truth. This ain't about nothing else. What we can prove, what we can verify. We got our people saying, hell no, I don't understand. If our people was getting beat the fuck up, whipped, all of this stuff, why are they not running to Africa for a chance to do that? Why they not running to Africa to get away from this terrible place? Y'all gotta really process what they tell us with what's on record. And then you'll see that it's a bunch of hypocrisy going on, man. And everything that they've done is to keep you off your shit, period, point blank.
We definitely gonna have to do a genealogy bill and teach folks how to do their genealogy.
That would be so much fun.
What Top say? Genealogy is the highest form of spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you really get to know yourself. See, we can talk about the history all day, but that's about other people. It don't get real until you make this about yourself, until you find yourself in the story.
Exactly. All right, now don't be the first person to get blocked from the chat, child.
Raw Ital Vital Vitari. You know that Ital eating of the fruit, that's very American. You don't have those fruits and those vegetables in Africa. Those are American indigenous fruits and vegetables that Ital people eat. Those are them islanders, the Lucayan, the people of Loki. They're from America. They from that's primordial bloodline of American stock.
Mm-hmm.
Are you in Jamaica? Jamaica?
I'm dead.
You in Jamaica? That's the land of the she. You in Jamaica?
Not y'all got y'all info from them Caucasoids. What's your tea?
It is what it is.
What it
A lot of
is.
our people indoctrinated, but the channel is for the breaking of them chains, the breaking of indoctrination. I ain't gonna get mad at sis.
Yeah, but we understand that the information was who went, and we made this very clear. We know you just walked in, but we made it very clear in the beginning that we have to discern the information. We know that they got their hands on the information. We could tell just by them putting African Americans in these quotation marks up in these little italicized comments. So we understand that it was touched. So it's not more so about who you may feel wrote it or whatever. These are direct quotes from our people, from the soil. And that's it. Our people didn't want to go to Africa because they aren't Africans to begin with. And that's it.
Sis Raw Ital, thank you for letting me know that the video is in the algorithm.
Period.
And that is being seen by others who don't necessarily agree with us. And that's okay. If you don't agree with us, that's what the channel's for. So you guys can learn something. But yeah, you ready to wrap this up, Sharice?
And
we going to the board too.
Girl, listen, we'll be up here to 6 a.m. on them. Literally reading through things and just trying to clarify.
People trying to get this together.
Baby. But I had so much fun.
Yes, it was definitely, an educational but very enjoyable bill.
Yes.
We got to, say our piece. you
That's what
know,
you did. And
and
you
it's my
did
first
good.
stream.
Congratulations. Got your
Congratulations.
first stream in the books. I'm so happy that we got to share this together, Seth. I'm so proud of you. And I always knew you had it, girl. I already knew. The first time I heard you speak. I
Thank
said,
you.
"Oh yeah, oh yeah,
you.
she got it." And that's what it's all about. We need to keep this type of camaraderie going. We need to show our unity, and people love us together, sis.
They do, don't they?
They do. I heard a lot of people say it. They love us together. They do. That's why I
We
said she
had
can
good
do her whole thing, and we're gonna come together. And then I'm gonna do some stuff on my end, but we're gonna come together. We're gonna stay together.
Yeah.
So
Thank
this,
you,
yeah.
Nat.
Enoch said, "Everybody, man. I wish that more people could have made it on over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the humble
Apparently
brag.
the notification didn't go out or something,
Yeah,
and other people live. So it is what it is. It's
yeah.
still
We're
gonna be up
teaching
there
our
for people to
story.
see.
I know that Marcus Garvey, triggers a lot of others.
Yeah, Ron,
You
I
know,
tell we definitely that's what the channel is for. So that
yes,
we
yes.
can learn our story and teach others the story. And actually, we don't really want to learn stories no more. We want to learn truth.
Truth,
We want to learn our truth. Okay, because there's a lot
unadulterated
of
pure truth.
stories, and like we used to because if y'all like me and my people, you can't call no elder no lie, or you can't say the word lie around
Yeah,
no elder. So you gotta say words like story.
telling
Are
the
you telling
story.
story? Okay, say they lying if you want to. Okay, but
Okay,
yeah, we don't
shoot.
want no more stories. Ron,
Yeah,
I want the truth,
yeah.
and hopefully come back and keep on getting the breakdown of the truth. That I don't know you personally, and this is why we're encouraging and going to teach people how to do their genealogy. And I don't know how y'all records are set up in Jamaica, but here in America, we have a slew of records, and our records show us that we are Indians, that we're actually Aboriginals. We are not from anywhere else. We don't have people in our genealogy that are coming from anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So we totally not only overstand, but we have an understanding. At least the two women that you are hearing on your screen, we have an overstanding and an understanding of who we are. And we know that we didn't come from anywhere else. Yeah. So
Yeah,
we're
we're
American. And
American.
I
We're
think you might be too. I
yeah,
think you might be American too.
because they're in North
We're
America.
West Indian. We're
Yeah,
West Indian.
they're they're
So
in North America as well. Jamaica people don't like to say that, but it's true. It's
yeah.
in part
Y'all
of
call yourself West Indian?
period. I don't
Like
yeah,
what
that's why
what
I
you
never
think you
understood.
saying that for? Like you think you saying that for nothing?
Yeah.
You
Oh, you
think
believe
you
it's out of Africa?
you calling
Oh,
yourself West Indian and
team.
you're from Africa. Okay.
14. Okay. We understand. We really do. And I think that that's the reason why we're trying to break down those Africa lives. But
Yeah.
most of the time there wasn't any funding available for them to even make these attempts to do what they were trying to do and
And it
make these
sounds
claims. I just don't know why they weren't making these claims about being hurt so bad in America to run over there. We just have to process it is all. But I can understand. I know like some Jamaicans feel like they are from Africa. Some of
yeah,
them are from
especially, the Rastafari
Africa.
culture
Hmm.
who follow Haile Selassie, which is an East
Yeah, Haile
African.
Selassie. Hmm.
Yeah, he's an
Yeah.
East African,
I was
but
gonna
he's
say, yeah,
of the
Ethiopian.
Oromo people, and the Oromo people are Nubian people that from a long time past actually colonized the northern part of Africa. Like sis, I hope that you I don't know, like I feel like you're here, for a reason, and
Yeah.
you might be scoffing at us right now, but I'm gonna put it out there in the universe that you're gonna keep on coming back to the channel,
Yes.
mad, upset, skeptical or whatever, but you're gonna keep coming back because clearly something is drawing you here. So you're
Yeah.
gonna keep coming back, and I see that you came in at the very
At
end.
the
We've been
end.
live for over 5 hours. So we've gone through a lot of information, and you might not have seen anything except for what's on the screen right now. So if you keep on coming back and you do the replay on this live stream, you're going to see like we're going from point A to we ain't even got
We're
to
not even
like
done.
we really haven't even because
So
it's so
many
much
more.
information.
We got
You
so
ain't
much
gonna get
more.
nothing but the truth over here. But yeah, keep on coming back so that you can learn the history of North America. And one day, you know, I might go into the islands, you know, because we're all the same people. We're all
Oh my God.
Indians, especially me. I'm in the South. I'm a West Indian, you know. Sharice, that's also West India. So we are all the same people, you know. So yeah, I appreciate you for coming and for you know, interacting with us and talking with us. But Sharice, you have any more words for the people?
Shoot, like, share, subscribe to my sis channel, Hidden in the
Hey,
Real, period.
I
You
gotta,
know
you
what
know,
I'm saying?
do that whole like, share, and subscribe thing.
Yes, I know. You need to throw me one too.
Like, share, and subscribe to Sharice
Okay.
the
No,
Realist.
I meant for you to throw me one of those graphic systems.
Oh yeah, the graphic. What graphic?
I don't know, whatever those little things, you know
Oh
how they
yeah,
put it up there, the little
yeah,
like shares, all that.
fire.
Yeah, I need like a random one of those.
I was over on Canva, girl, doing
Okay.
all the work,
Okay. You're
honey.
slaving. Woo!
But
Toiling
yeah,
worse
we
than what they said we was in the plantation time. Listen, no, I'm just playing, but please sub up. You know, y'all can sub up to both of us. It don't matter, but sub up to my sister, Hidden in the Real. You know, like, man, we're taking this stuff to the next level, and we're just going to continue to break things down, and that's what this is all about. So, just thank you all for coming and indulging and engaging, and it really means a lot. And we hope you guys catch that replay, and you guys can understand where it's going from each point, and you know everything is connected, and that's the most important thing. You all will be able to feel that flow, and that's what you want. And we want y'all to be able to grasp this as good as you all can and as best as you can. And if you got questions, comment, you know, and I'm sure Saf will answer a lot of questions. I'll come through and answer some as well. So that's what it's all about, man. We love our people, we love who we are, we care about this truth, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
yeah. So
So Watto, okay.
I just want y'all to leave tonight, you know, just thinking about what y'all done seen and heard and read you throughout this whole live stream. Take a look at them links that we posted in the chat. Okay, those are links to some real good information, primary source material. All right, gonna lead you to the truth. Do your research. Okay, keep on asking questions, keep on critically thinking, keep seeking the truth. I really appreciate y'all for coming out here to my very first live stream. This channel, we really, I'm trying to give y'all the best that I got. Okay, I'm trying to give y'all the real hard factual information so y'all don't have too many more questions. I'm trying to answer all your questions. But again, I really appreciate you, Sharice, for coming through and doing this build with me and for helping me, you know, to get my channel going. And I want to thank everybody that came out. I wish to see y'all again on the next live stream, which might be Sunday. Okay. But yeah, y'all have a beautiful, wonderful, peaceful night. And y'all keep on taking care of yourselves and taking care of each other. All right. We
Good
out.
night.